Buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good morning.
Good morning to everyone. Bon matin à tous et à toutes. Me llamo Brigitte Shea.
My
Soy
name
la
is
gerente
Brigitte Shea.
principal
I
del
am
programa
the main
Educación para
agent
el
of
Empleo
the
de la
Education
Alianza
for
del Pacífico.
Employment
Y es
of
un
the
verdadero placer
Pacific
y
Alliance,
honor
and I am
para
very
mí de
honored
estar aquí con
to
todos
be
ustedes hoy
here
día
with all of
para
you
ser su maestra de
to
ceremonia
be
para
the
el
master
primer día
ceremony
del
of day
último
one
y quinto foro
of the last
temático
and
del
fifth
programa EPAP, el Foro de
topic-based
Capitalización.
forum for the Capitalization
I'm
Forum.
very pleased to be here today to be able to kick off day one of our Capitalization Forum. Je suis très contente d'être ici, de pouvoir commencer notre première journée du Forum de capitalisation. Vamos a empezar con tres discursos de
We
inauguración.
now have three opening addresses, and first we have the first political authority. So we have Ambassador Graham Clark from Canada in Mexico. Please, Mr. Ambassador.
Muy buenos días a todas las autoridades.
Good morning, authorities, panelists, and participants.
Good morning, everybody. What a pleasure it is to be here. Y como embajador de Canadá en México, estoy muy
As ambassador of Canada in Mexico, I am pleased to address you this morning, in particular in this forum that is taking place in Mexico. First of all, I want to thank colleges and institutes of Canada for the organization of this forum. It is impressive to read the agenda of the event and see the level of the participants that will be with all of us in these 3 days. Thank you to all the panelists and authorities that will be addressing the audience, talking about work policies and results implemented in the past 7 years in this relevant program. I am pleased to be here with you and acknowledge the relevance of the relationship of Canada and the member states of the Pacific Alliance with Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Peru, that are some of the closest friends of Canada in the hemisphere. We share objectives and we have diplomatic relations for a lot of time. And in 2011, Canada started being an advocate of this alliance, of course. And we were the first observer of the Pacific Alliance beyond Latin America, and fifth anniversary of this joint relationship between Canada and the Pacific Alliance. And we have participated in the forums hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Declaration of Canada and the PA was prepared in order to strengthen our relationship in 6 different areas: relationship of natural resources, education, training, trade, SMEs, environmental actions, and science, technology, and innovation. In order to strengthen the support to this joint declaration, Canada has invested more than $23 million in cooperation projects since 2016 in the region. Education for Employment of the Pacific Alliance, executed by colleges and institutes of Canada, is one of those projects. And the main objective was to improve the socioeconomic opportunities of the young and to reinforce an inclusive extractive industry. This project supports 4 of the sustainable development objectives, as well as the priority of the Canadian government in order to aim at gender equality across investments worldwide, in order to address economic inequality, political and social inequality as well, and to expand the support of Canada to global education, including those that are the poorest and vulnerable. Likewise, it goes along the international assistance of feminist international assistance from Canada. The Embassy of Canada in Mexico has followed this initiative since its implementation in 2018. The embassy was in Campeche and Durango to announce the launching of this program financed by uh, World Affairs Canada, and we have witnessed professors and the personnel that have taken part across the different programs in a successful way across the different institutions from Canada supporting the program. Last year, we also participated in the launching of the Research Institute for applied research in Campeche. Actually, I just went to Campeche. And well, the ongoing success of the Education for Employment program wouldn't be possible without the support of the Pacific Alliance. I should say that we are very, very satisfied of the collaboration of Colleges and Institutes Canada and the technical group on education of the Pacific Alliance. Likewise, I want to thank national coordinators for their support. It has been inspiring to see the results of the four past forums on environment, education, or indigenous groups. And today we have a great opportunity in order to open dialogues across the different stakeholders in order to capitalize our different projects conducted in the initiative. The number of speakers and participants is proof of the commitment, including governmental officials from different ministries, from the Pacific Alliance, as well as representatives from industrial associations and a number of associations. Therefore, we can all support economic development and long-term prosperity of our countries, therefore guaranteeing equitable management of natural resources and taking into account the protection of the environment. To ensure an open space for women, for the young of all, in all development initiatives, of course, will ensure sustainable, equitable changes for the benefit of everybody. Even though we work in different environments, and of course, we have unique perspectives. So we all agree that collaboration in this way allows us to reinforce the capacities and, of course, knowledge of our governments, the education sector, the private sector, and other stakeholders allow us, therefore, to benefit on the long term. We are sure that we will keep on seeing positive benefits of this program with sound results for institutions, for the young, and for communities. I wish to acknowledge CICCAN and all the different countries taking part in this project. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, embajador, para sus
Thank you,
palabras.
Mr. Ambassador, for your words. Now I am honored to welcome Vice President Alain Roy from Colleges and Institutes Canada and International Alliances. Please.
Muy buenos días, distinguidas autoridades políticas.
Distinguished political authorities, I want to acknowledge Mr. Serrano and, of course, the National Coordinator of Mexico in the Pacific Alliance, Graham Clark, Ambassador of Canada in Mexico. Thank you for your address, authorities from the different ministries, or either here or online. Of course, colleagues from World Affairs Canada and groups from the technical groups of the Pacific Alliance, and of course the organizing committee, members of CICCAN, Canada Consortium, and members of the 16 projects for the project of the education for employment of Pacific Alliance in Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Peru, and of course, all people who are following us online.
Pleasure to welcome all of our distinguished guests, program partners, panelists, all participants here in Mexico City and connected online. Je veux souhaiter la plus chaleureuse des bienvenues à tous nos invités ici aujourd'hui, y compris les établissements
I
membres
want to welcome everybody, and I want to welcome our colleagues.
de la Excellence Internationalis Colleges and Institutes Canada, qui est l'association
I wish to thank our organization because it has to do with colleges and education institutions in Canada, representing 140 different technical and polytechnical institutes across Canada.
Tengo el honor y el placer de
I am honored to participate in the opening session of this fifth and last forum of the Education for Employment of Pacific Alliance, EPAP, financed by the Government of Canada, and the Forum of Capitalization,
célébration des
called a celebration of results and impacts, exchange of good practices, and insights before the future. It is a unique opportunity to meet here face to face and, of course, virtually for 3 days with our partners and allies of this program in order to reflect together upon experiences, focuses, and tools developed in the program projects in the past 7 years. It is also a wonderful opportunity to visualize the impact of EPEAP impact and see the sustainability of achievements and good practices of the program.
Sobre todo, este foro ofrece
Above all, this forum gives us an opportunity to listen to what you have to say because you are the stars, you are stakeholders of the 16 projects of the EPAP at the national level and institutionally in Chile, Mexico, Colombia, and Peru in order to tell the story of the turning points and the cornerstones in the institutional alliances, and in order to share lessons learned and also recommendations for the continuity of activities that started or were strengthened by the program. SICAN has more than 50, has been committed internationally for 50 years, working across different regions in education and technical training. That is the EFTP, and supporting different countries through institutional alliances with the Education for Employment program, the EPE, in order to provide technical assistance for the development of leadership, training of professors, development of curricula, assessment of results, social marketing of the EPEAP, applied research, among other things. I am very proud of the work done by this EPAP program and the tight and fruitful collaboration with the Pacific Alliance. You will see during these 3 days how is it that gender equality focuses as well as inclusions and environmental sustainability were truly cross-functional across the different activities of the program. And we also see the strengthening of the regional dialogue across the different countries, access and quality of EFTP as well as services to companies from the different members of the program. And thanks to your wonderful contributions in the past 7 years that we can say that the program has been successful. We truly hope to keep on collaborating with you in the future beyond the closing of the activities by the end of March 2023. And I want to finish by thanking each and every one of you your respective institutions for your involvement, dedication, and commitment, thanks to which we have been able to achieve goals and results that we hope to keep on benefiting your communities and societies. Thank you very much and have a wonderful forum.
I wish you an excellent forum. Gracias.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Alain.
Thank you so much.
Tengo el gusto,
Now,
el agrado
what a
de
pleasure
invitar al podio
to
a
invite
Gerardo
to the
Serrano,
podium
el
Gerardo
director
Serrano,
para la
who is
integración
the Director
regional
for
de la
Regional
América
Integration of Latin America
y
and the
coordinador
Caribbean,
nacional
as well as
del
National
Comité Mexicano
Coordinator,
de la Alianza del
Associate National
Pacífico de la
Coordinator in
Secretaría de
Mexico of the
Relaciones
Pacific
Exteriores
Alliance
de
of the
México.
Foreign Ministry of Mexico. You have the floor, sir.
Buenos días,
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, what a pleasure to be here with you today, this morning. What a pleasure to be with you in this last forum that we're organizing jointly between colleges and institutes Canada and the Pacific Alliance. Welcome, everyone. We want to welcome you to Mexico City. I wanted to begin cordially welcoming all the delegations that are here with us today from Canada and also from our partners in the Pacific Alliance, Chile, Colombia, and Peru. I want to welcome all of you to Mexico City. Thank you so much for being here with us. And we are having this hybrid meeting. And this is a meeting starting today. In the next 13 days, we're going to be working in a very close manner to materialize and also to see how it is that this program has had an impact on the relations we have within the Pacific Alliance. I wanted to thank in a very special, heartfelt manner the Ambassador of Canada to Mexico, Mr. Graham Clark. Thank you so much. And also the VP of SICAN. Thank you so much for being with us, colleges and institutes of Canada. Thank you for being in this fifth forum. This is the Education Program Capitalization Forum, and we are going to be looking into results, impacts, and exchange of good practices, and looking at the future as well. That's the reason we're gathering here today in Mexico City. As you know, the education for employment program, the EPE program, one of the main objectives is to increase social economic opportunities for men and women in an extractive, sustainable sector, an inclusive sector in the countries of the Pacific Alliance. This program has been implemented by the colleges and institutes Canada practically for 7 years of very hard work together with the different countries of the Pacific Alliance. And the main point for topic forums, we had indigenous women, the environment, and education. That's what we discussed in those four fora, with the main objective of opening different spaces for regional dialogue among the member states and Canada. On this occasion, we're going to be trying to capitalize experiences of this education program throughout these years. And with those recommendations, the mechanism will have the necessary tools, the very important tools to formulate better practices, best practices, and public policies that will be contributing towards the development and enhancements and improvement of those essential issues for all our countries. Before I bid you farewell and representation of the National Coordination of Mexico at the Pacific Alliance, I want to especially recognize all the SICAN team because of their very hard work and professionalism throughout these years, and we hope to continue collaborating with you and future tasks and challenges, as well as topics of mutual interest for us to continue working on this in the following years. As I was saying, on behalf of the National Coordination of Mexico and the Pacific Alliance, I wish you a very cordial and wonderful stay in Mexico and the best of successes in these 3 days that you're going to be working. And I wish everyone, all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for this forum to reach the best results to better contribute to the development of our countries and our societies. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Have a wonderful day.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Ahora tengo el agrado
Now,
de invitar
what a
nuestra
pleasure to
directora,
invite our
Marie-José Fortin,
Director
directora de
Marie-José
Relaciones
Fortin
Internacionales
of
at College
International
Institutes Canada.
Partnerships College and Institutes Canada. You have the floor, madam.
Bonjour, good morning.
Good morning.
Buenos días, distinguidas
Good morning.
autoridades políticas, colegas de asuntos mundiales de Canadá, expertos
I want to
panelistas
thank the
y
panelists and
participantes de
participants of
Canadá,
Canada, Chile, Colombia,
Colombia,
Mexico,
México
and
y
Peru.
Perú.
Thank you so much for being here. I want to
Bienvenido
welcome
al
you to the
último
last
foro
forum
dedicación para
on
el empleo de la Alianza del
EPE
Pacífico, EPE,
AP. Welcome to this last
Debo
forum. Let me
confesarles
confess that
que hoy
today
tengo una
I have a mix
mezcla
of
de
emotions.
emociones.
In
De
fact,
hecho,
I
me
feel
siento
very
muy
happy
contenta al
to be
estar
here once
nuevamente
more
con ustedes en
with you in
persona
person
después
after
de más
over
de
2
2
years
años
of
de pandemia.
pandemic. I'm thrilled
Emocionada al
to
celebrar
be
los
celebrating
grandes
great
éxitos de
success
nuestro
stories
programa
of our
gracias
education
a su
program for
trabajo,
employment, thanks to your work,
su
your passion
pasión
as well,
y
and your
entrega.
active
Sin
participation in this
embargo,
program.
si me apura
However,
el
I
corazón, porque este
hurt
foro
because
anuncia
this forum
también
announces
el
also the
final
end
del
of this
programa.
education program for employment.
Qué experiencia
What a
tan
marvelous
maravillosa
experience have
hemos
we
vivido durante
experienced
estos
in the 7 years
años de
of implementation
implementación.
of the program. I want
Quiero
to thank you,
agradecerles a
each and
cada
every one of
una
you,
y cada uno
friends.
de
I
ustedes
want to
por
thank you
su
so much for
capacidad
your
de
appreciated
colaboración.
collaboration. I also want to
Agradecemos
thank
la
the
colaboración
collaboration
del comité
of the organizing
organizador del
committee for the
foro,
forum.
quienes
I
me
invite
pidió
all of you to
ponerse
please stand
de
up
pie.
so that we can acknowledge your wonderful work. Please, could you stand up? What
¿Qué
is
pasa?
happening? The
¿Cómo se llama
organizing
este foro?
committee. Thank you. Thank you so much. I also want to thank
la
collaboration of the
coordinación
national
nacional
coordinating
de la AP
teams
y
of
del grupo
AP
técnico de
and the
educación
technical
de la
group
AP,
of the Alliance
nuestros aliados en el
Pacific
comité
Alliance
director y
and
comité de
also in the
coordinación del
coordinating committee
programa.
for the program. I
Pido para
want to ask you
ponerse
to
de
please
pie,
stand up to be recognized.
por
Please,
favor.
thank you. Gabriela, where are
Gabriela,
you? Yes.
sí. Je tiens également à remercier
I also want to thank
ministère de Développement
everyone for
interprovincial Canada,
participating,
Janet
for the
Ferreira, pour son appui
representatives of
indéfectible.
Canada, Janet
Merci,
Ferreira,
Janice, si tu
for
veux
their work.
t'écrire.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
Gracias.
much for being here.
Como saben, para realizar un evento de este calibre necesitamos aliados fuertes y un equipo comprometido. Aprovecho
I
la
want to take advantage of this occasion to introduce the CICAN team of EPAP. I want to invite them to be here with us right now in this booth. Sylvain, our regional coordinator and technical coordinators. Well, he's in charge, especially of Chile and Peru. Regip, he's working on relations with national governments of all four countries. And he mainly works with Colombia and Mexico. And he also holds a position on technical assistance and implementation of the forum. Emily, who is responsible for institutional partnerships of all four countries. And Emily is also in charge of the holding of the videos of capitalization. And some of those videos will be shown throughout this forum. Mod project official, supporting both components of the program. And at the logistic level, she's also in charge of monitoring, assessment, and communication. Matthew, who is the communications manager. Eliana, our specialist in gender equality and indigenous communities. Vicente, our specialist on monitoring and assessment and evaluation. Israel, our specialist on the environment. And Alain, our vice president. And we also have an internal team. They're not here with us, but they are working in this project. Here we go. The CICAN administrative advisor, Rena, our monitoring and evaluation specialist for all CICAN programs, and Noela for gender specialist of CICAN, Elena, a financial official, and Mariela, our administrative advisor, financial advisor in Chile as well, Mariela. So you have them, Elena, Pam, and Mariela. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, I would like now to say a special thanks to the Canadian institution member of CICAN for their dedication, flexibility, and commitment. I would like to invite them to stand up. Stand up. Alors, j'aimerais ça que tous nos collèges puissent se lever. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Yes,
Alors,
could you please stand up?
Debout. Merci. I
Gracias.
would like to take this opportunity
Thank
to
you.
know that we are honored to have among us the president of Durham College and member of the board of CICAN, Don Lovisa. Dicen los países beneficiarios este programa.
And beneficiary countries, without their participation of those beneficiary countries, we never would have been able to do this program. Thank you for taking the conductor's chair and for guiding this
de
path
los résultats
for the
de
accomplishment of all
esta
the
y los
results in this program. I
representantes
want to have the
que
representatives
nombrar
that I will
a
now name
continuación se
to
pongan
please
de pie.
stand
Vamos
up, and we
hacerlo
want to recognize their wonderful
país
work.
por
We're going to
país
do
y
it
los
country by
vamos a
country,
aplaudir
and
porque
we're going
lo
to give them a
merecen.
hand because they deserve an
Hablamos
applause from
de
us.
ministeriales,
Yes, ministerial,
instituciones educativas,
allies, education
estudiantes,
institutions,
sector
students,
privado,
private
empresarial,
sector,
sociedad civil de
companies, civil
Chile.
society from
Por
Chile.
favor,
Please, could you stand up? We want to recognize your wonderful work.
representantes de Colombia.
Representatives from Colombia, please.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Representantes de
The representatives from
México.
Mexico. Please stand up. Thank you.
Gracias. Y los
Thank you.
representantes
And
de Perú.
Peruvian representatives.
Muchísimas gracias
Thank
a
you so
todos
much,
ustedes
everyone,
por estar aquí.
for being here. Thank you.
Okay. Quisiera
Now,
mencionar
I want to mention
partida prematura de nuestra
the
querida
premature
colega y amiga,
departure of our colleague and friend, very dear colleague and friend,
quien estuvo
who was
en el corazón
in the
de
heart
este programa
of
al
this
frente
program
de las alianzas
and
institucionales de los
institutional
4
partnerships
países.
of all 4
Dina
countries.
se nos fue
Dina
demasiado
left
joven
us
en
very young and
junio
very early in June
del año pasado.
last year. Lina left us.
Quisiera invitarlos a
I want to
celebrar
invite you
un minuto de
for a
silencio
minute of
en homenaje
silence
por todas
in her memory
aquellas personas
and
que
for all those
de
people who,
alguna manera
in some way,
ligadas al programa
were
y
linked
se han
to this program,
marchado
and
más pronto
people who
de lo
have left
esperado.
us before we
Por favor.
expected. They left us very early. Please, a minute of silence.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Y qué mejor
And what better
homenaje
homage
para ellos
for
que
them
seguir trabajando
than
en
to
las
continue
actividades
working in
del
all the
programa.
different activities of
Me
our program.
gustaría invitar
I
a
want to
Bridget
invite Bridget to
para
come here
nos presente
to
un
introduce
panorama del programa
a
EFE
scenario
y
of
los
the
objetivos del
EPEAP
foro.
program and the objectives of
Para
this forum.
finalizar,
To
no me
conclude,
quiero ir sin
I do
mencionar
not
el
want to
profundo
leave this podium
compromiso
without mentioning the profound
de
commitment
nuestro
and will
gobierno de
of
Canadá
our
de crear
Canadian
una
government to
sinergia
create a
permanente
synergy
fuerte
uh,
entre
stronger
nuestros
than
países
what
y
we
su
already have among our
compromiso con la
countries, and also to
educación
reaffirm our
para
commitment with
futuras
education
generaciones.
for future
Acá la
generations.
muestra. Aquí, una
And here you
foto de
see
nuestra
a
participación
photograph
más joven
of our
en las
younger
actividades
participation
del
in the
programa.
different activities of the project. Here you have her, the youngest participant.
Espero de
I
todo
hope
corazón que este foro
wholeheartedly
llene
that
sus
this forum
expectativas
will meet
y
your expectations,
disfruten
and I hope
de
you enjoy
la
this forum.
misma manera
just as we are enjoying every moment for the preparation of this forum. I wish you great success. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Maria Jose.
Quisiera tomar
I wanted
solamente
to
unos 5
take
minutos
some 5
para
minutes on
darles
this occasion
un panorama
to give
global
you a
y
global
recordarnos de qué es
scenario,
este programa
reminding us
EAP,
of what this
porque sabemos
EP
también
AP
que algunos
program is
sectores
all
que son
about,
nuevos, con
because we
cambios de
know we have new
gobiernos que están
sectors with
con
changes
nosotros
of
hoy día
governments,
durante los
and
3
they are
días.
with us today, these 3 days.
Entonces, como sabemos, el
So, as
programa
we know,
financiado por las
the
Agencias Mundiales
program
Canadá
is
de
financed
16
by
millones de dólares
World
canadienses
Affairs
empezó en
Canada,
el año
and it started 16
2016
million
y
Canadian
esperamos
dollars. It
saber
started
que
in
ya con
2016.
unos 7
7
años
years have already
vamos a
gone by,
terminar las
and we're
actividades
going to
a
be
finales de
finishing
marzo
activities
del
at the end of
2023.
March
Y SIACAN,
2023.
siendo la agencia
And of
ejecutora,
course,
está
the
trabajando con los
SICAN
4
is
países
the
del área.
executive
Tal
agency
vez
working with the
estas
4
algunos de
AP
ustedes se
countries.
preguntan, ¿de dónde
Perhaps some
nació
of you
o
are
de dónde
asking,
vino la idea de este
where does
programa?
this
Entonces,
idea
en el
come from for this
2015
program? I mean,
había
in
unos
2015, there were
representantes de
some
miembros del AP del
representatives
sector
of the AP
extractivo
governments
y
in the
luego el
extractive
estudio
sector,
visitó
and they did
Canadá.
they
Han
went
podido
a
visitar a
study
los
visit
colegios
to
canadienses
Canada, and they
y cómo
visited
han
Canadian
trabajado
colleges to see how
vinculados
they were
con el
working
sector extractivo.
with
Y
the
de ahí vino
extractive sector,
esta
and that's where the
idea
idea
de tener
came
un tipo de
of
acompañamiento
having a
del
accompaniment
gobierno
on
de
the
Canadá
part of the
para
Canadian government
desarrollo
to
capacidades de
support
mano de obra
development
y
of
para
skills,
responder a los grandes
capabilities, and
desafíos
labor,
del
and
sector
to face up to
extractivo.
major challenges of
Aquí
the
lo que
extractive
tenemos en la
sector.
pantalla,
Here you
y aquí
see on the
solamente voy a
screen,
hablarlo de
I mean,
manera
I will
general,
just go
es el
into
marco
this in a very
general
general
del
fashion.
programa
You see the
EFE.
general framework of the
Esencialmente,
AP
este
program.
programa que tiene como
Essentially, this
objetivo
program, the objective of
aumentar
it
las
is to
oportunidades
increase
socioeconómicas
opportunities at the
para
social and
jóvenes,
economic
mujeres
level
y
for
hombres
youth,
en
women,
el
and
sector
men
extractivo en
in the
Chile, Colombia,
extractive
México y
sector in
Perú.
Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and
Tiene
Peru.
ha
And
tenido
another very
muy
important
claros dos
objective
objetivos
is
para
been
llegar a
implemented
este objetivo
through
último.
two main
Pueden
pillars.
ver en el
As
color
you
amarillo,
see in
es
yellow
nuestro
here,
primer pilar.
this is our
Es un
first
pilar
pillar.
para
It has
fortalecer
to
el
do with
diálogo regional.
strengthening a
Lo hemos
regional
hecho
dialogue. And
a
for
través
that,
de nuestros foros
this is
cuatro
something we've done through the
específicos
three,
y
four
también a través
fora
de
we've
tres
had, and
asistencias
also
técnicas
3 technical
para
assistance
vincular
programs or
estrategias de
projects for
ciudades
us to have
permanentes.
an
Y
align
los
between
próximos
supply and
días
demand. And in the following
las
days,
alianzas técnicas
then the
van a
technical
presentar
partnerships
los
and
primeros
alliances will be
sus
presenting all the
proyectos.
success and
El
impact
otro
of those
pilar de este
on those
programa
challenges. The other
son
pillar of
los
this program, you
acuerdos
see it in yellow as
con
well.
nuestras
Those
alianzas
are the
institucionales,
partnerships at the
donde
institutional
14
level we've had.
consorcios
We've
canadienses
had
se
Canadian
han
consortium,
trabajado
13 of
con
them
institutos
working with
beneficiarios del
the
TEP de los cuatro
uh,
países para
AP,
impulsar la
AP
empleabilidad,
beneficiary
aumentar
bodies to
la
include
diversificación de las
cooperation
ofertas de
and
formación para mejorar
diversification
los
of
servicios de EPE
training offerings,
los
and
servicios a
also
los
to
estudiantes.
improve services,
Todos nuestros
EPAP, and also
16
for the
proyectos
people we're
van
serving.
a
All those
poder
16
escuchar
projects
a
you will be
los
able to hear
protagonistas,
the
los consorcios
protagonists of those
canadienses y
programs, the
socios
Canadian
locales que han
consortium with the
manejado estos
social
proyectos.
partners that are working on these programs.
Ahora, el
Now,
proceso de
the
capitalización, estamos
capitalization
aquí
process.
en este foro
That's
de
the reason we're
capitalización.
here in this
Nos hemos
capitalization forum.
¿Por qué hemos
Perhaps you're
decidido de
asking me,
hacer
why
este
have we
proceso de
decided to do
capitalización?
this
El
capitalization
equipo
process?
hemos
Well, the
empezado en abril
EPAP team, we
2022,
started in
el
April
último año de
2022 in the
implementación del
last year
programa EAP.
implementation of the
Hemos
EPAP
pensado que era
program.
muy importante
We thought it
poder
was very important for
reflexionar
us to be able
sobre
to
los logros
reflect
y
on
los
the different
impactos del
accomplishments and
programa, a
impacts
fin
of the
de que, ¿por
program
qué hacer
itself.
este
So
proceso?
why do
Para
this process?
favorecer la
To
sostenibilidad
favor
mismo,
sustainability of
resaltar los
accomplishments, to
principales
highlight
impactos y
main
obviamente
impact,
escuchar esto
and
de viva
also
voz de los
to hear
protagonistas,
from the voices of
identificar y
protagonists
compartir
and
innovaciones y buenas
share,
prácticas
increase
para
innovations
poder
and good
difundirlo
practices,
todo
and to
a
be
un
able to
más
spread
amplio
the word,
público.
to
En este
disseminate this
foro,
for a broader
resaltarlo,
audience and
tenemos
public
recursos
at
de
large.
financiación,
We also have
muy
other
pronto
tools, as
vamos
for
a
instance, a book
publicar
we're going to be
iniciativas,
publishing.
vamos a
site in the website with all the results and impact of the programs in the last 7 years. What you have seen in the agenda, I will not take much time on this because this is one of the axes, and this has already been mentioned in the opening forum this morning. I just wanted to take a minute to highlight which are the four axes of capitalization. In other words, those are the thematics or the subject matters, the main ones in the work we've done in this last 7 years. So we've had one, collaboration and harmonization in the AP region, the Pacific Alliance region, actions and assessment of EFTP. Three, quality of the EFTP is how we strengthen this quality through institutional partnerships. And four, services for companies and the community. As mentioned, in all those axes, all the different activities of the program, we've been able to use the transversal cross-cutting gender issues and sustainability, environmental sustainability, and indigenous communities. The objectives of the forum is to, of course, celebrate results and impacts, but also to strengthen our dialogue at the intersectorial manner and also exchange good practices and lessons learned. And very important, to do recommendations for sustainability to strengthen this throughout the program. Finally, to conclude, which is going to be the methodology of these 3 days? In other words, the methodology will be the same every day. We're going to be starting and closing the day with speeches of political authorities, and then we're going to be starting with the Gender Equality Forum through different panels, listening to sectors, representatives of all the different sectors and institutional partnerships. This is going to be a retrospective analysis to see what we have done. After that, we're going to have a mini fair space outside this room so that we can interact in a more active fashion and more personal fashion as well with the partners of all the program. And finally, we're going to have a very important time of subgroups of discussion every day. And this will allow us to have a perspective vision for us to be able to hold a dialogue, all of us together in a very interactive manner to see what we've learned and how it is that we can apply everything, how we can replicate it in the future. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Eliana Gallardo, our specialist on gender equality and indigenous communities, because we will start with the first session on gender equality. Liliana. There was a slight change, and we will take a short break. And the time has come to take a group photo. The Pacific Alliance wishes to take with Alain, Marie-José, and the other delegates. So we'll take the photograph 5 minutes, please. Thank you very much, and I greet you, authorities, friends, colleagues, partners, and stakeholders. We are very, very happy, as Mary Jose said, we are very happy to see you face to face. I will start talking about, in general terms, of what the strategy has been in transversalization of gender equality and some takeouts. Then you will see that the different panels will talk about the topic in a more concrete way. We will see products, results, of course, good practices on the field, both at a national level and technical education institutions. So that's why I am going to give you a very brief overall to truly give the floor to those who are the experts. The first thing we did was to review all international frameworks for also the Sustainable Development Objectives and gender equality initiatives, and of which the members of the PA are signatories, and then talk about international feminist support aimed at the promotion of gender equality and empowering of girls and women. And this policy allows us to ensure active involvement of women across the different projects and programs in which Canada is involved. We have also realized that working from this point of view gives us the opportunity to obtain better results and benefit men, women, boys, and girls. CCAN also works on behalf of gender equality in different fora and projects, and we share experiences, and all people in charge of gender equality share experiences and manage knowledge in order to manage what we do from CCAN. What did we intend to do? Well, a transversalization strategy. You know that this means to permeate all activities and processes of the program from a gender equality perspective. Intercultural dialogue, of course, and intersectionality in the actions of the program. And we decided to position everything at the core of the dialogue, because all countries have these integrated in one way or another. But the idea was to integrate gender equality across all nations, and also to set some conceptual basis, methodological and operational basis for in order to have agreed actions across the different institutions. Everything we do is based on progress of the projects. CCAN is involved isolatedly, but the recovery of the basis and progress is the basis to take the projects forward. We also saw that it is important to open spaces for reflection in order to see how could we strengthen public policies and institutional policies. Another topic that seems essential is to develop competencies across people and stakeholders. And the intention was to work from the top levels, that is authorities, but also to work with the different technical groups, that is professors, for example. We tried in these 7 years to systematize the experience, manage knowledge, and see how things were evolving, and to what things were working in one country or in another, and which were common, in order to have, after capitalization, learnings that can be helpful for the countries, but also for other projects. Last, we were very much interested to see the response to the different needs that men and women have. If we work on gender equality, we know that that does not have to do only with women. That has been a wrong reading of gender equality for years. But rather, it has to do with benefits for men and women, and to deal with differences, but taking into account the different contexts, cultures, origins, and other variables. Obviously, intersectionality that has to do with different profiles of women. That is, we don't have one sole notion of a woman or women. You'll see that we talk about women, but the truth is that women is only an abstraction. It's only a notion. We have rural, urban, rural, and so forth. So it's important to work along this topic, taking into account differences among the different groups. As Brigitte said, and you all know, we have two components in the program. We work in both of them, both at a national level. We started with the forums, that is the gender equality, and those for indigenous communities in the extractive sector. In 2019, that was the first one was the gender one, because it was the a great learning, and it was important because we started since the beginning to work on positioning this topic, this perspective across the different activities that came after that. Lastly, we worked with the technical, with colleges and partners who work in the A0708 and so forth, so that everything can be integrated. And you hear results. The different panels will talk about the story, how we have transversalized. Then identification of gender equality, systematization, and then participatory, and then, of course, policy design. And how can we integrate this into national policies? Because it's a relationship of a person at a ministry, for instance, that has not enough time or capacity, because we cannot work across all the different policies. The idea is to have teams, of course, and of course, follow up the gathering of information. Now, in the component at an institutional level, and we have 11 committees, and those are the engines of transformation. When an institution doesn't work in this way, we need an engine to give this drive. We also develop competencies in the different teams. We held meetings to talk about key topics. What is curriculum, for instance, based on gender? What about violence during COVID times and so forth? And so it had to do with our work, but also it went beyond the institutions. And also we shared learning, what we learned, and we saw, for instance, what each one had. And so these joint this joint effort is very important. You are an alliance, of course, and it was important to talk about how is it that we were doing it. Of course, assessment and follow-up with the evaluation specialist and monitoring specialist, Mr. Montoya, with indicators, with goals, with evidence, in order to render results. Because it's important when we talk about gender equality, is how do we prove that we are taking in this area. So it's not only a matter of saying that we're going to be working in this area if we don't have who to work with. So that's another indicator. Some key learnings. We all know that cultural changes are long-term, and to incorporate gender equality, of course, calls for time. Perhaps many things will go from one generation to the next, but when there's political will, these processes can improve their pace, and then we can make transformations in shorter periods of time. It's important to challenge the change. It's important not only in terms of management, but also in terms of leadership and accountability of different stakeholders, because they should all hold a certain amount of responsibility, because gender specialists accompany and drive. However, these responsibilities also have to be incorporated to management and to the responsibilities of all stakeholders in the ministries and institutions. It cannot be one man's task. So transformation is a responsibility of all of us, and involving men is very, very important. And a very good experience has been to work in masculinities, that is to see them from their identity. And of course, without men, women cannot make progress. And so moving forward in gender equality, of course, calls for commitment and alliance between men and women. That is one learning that is very, very important. And we are also thinking that training for employability, that is still the paradigm. We have to train for employability, not only for labor insertion, but we have to believe that people have to develop skills in order to develop in a very complex world. And I think that that is another relevant topic. There are other good practices or recommendations. There are so many good practices that I won't be able to mention them all. However, I will mention just a few to rethink towards the future for other projects. As I mentioned, gender equality is not only a thing that has to do with rights. Of course, it has to do with human rights, but also in terms of education, equality has to do with quality. And for me, that is very, very important. It seems like we are just making women doing women a favor because those are their rights. No, because if we incorporate vision of gender equality in institutions, we will increase quality because we will aim and focus efforts on the population. Not all members of population are the same. We have rural, urban women. We have younger and older women. So to focalize, to see the needs between women and young, old men as well. We have men who are parents at young age as well. And so doing this, we will have better quality in our interventions. Likewise, we have seen that we foster the development of institutional policies. You will see some of the examples during the panels. They will talk about that. But still, it does not suffice to have policies at a national level, at an international level. If we lack development plans, if we lack a monitoring system, therefore, it is complex. Transversalization is complex. It has to permeate across all actions. And that does not mean that we are working on gender programs. Some people said that this is not a gender program. This is a training or education program. And I said that any program, whether it is employment, economy, teaching, or agriculture, can incorporate gender equality transversally. Therefore, it's a focus, it's a tool, and it gives us tools for transformation. And transversalization calls for systematic work across all the different stages of the project. We cannot incorporate gender equality if we don't incorporate it from the notion, from the first idea. If we do not know how we're going to incorporate that, because then if we want to improvise and put it in the midst of the program, it will not work. And I think that after all the experiences we've had, we can say, I have been working since the year 93 in information and gender equality programs, and we can say that there is no a silver bullet or a recipe. Each experience is different. However, there are bases that are key, as we have mentioned before. Other learnings that have to do with the incorporation and gender equality at the 11 institutions we work with. We can take part in a program or a project in gender equality with specific intervention, that is to work with a group of women, for instance, and level capacities or provide them with necessary support for their competencies. We have developed a program for entrepreneurial women, that is our business women, and another one is transversalization, that is across the program, and both strategies are complement each other. We don't need to work in one or the other. They complement each other. Another topic has to do on whether there is political will. We have seen that institutions where top management is committed, then we have achieved transformation. If there's no political will, I think the same thing happens at a national level. Another learning is that the vision of gender equality, when you embrace it as part of your work, is part of our life as well. Gender equality transforms you as person. We change our view, our vision of the world, and we see things differently. And that is amazing. I've seen people saying and teachers saying male or female, very excited, talking about how they see life differently and how now they are teaching their children differently. And that personal and human transformation is one of the greatest impacts to incorporate gender equality. Therefore, we are contributing not only to people or to certain communities, but society as a whole. This is, in a way, a transformation with an positive impact on where it takes place. And this one, I tried to share with you some good practices of the same forum, particularly in the mining sector. I want to acknowledge a representative of women, Women in Mining, WIM, who really do a wonderful job in the sector. And it has so much stamina, pro bono, and it is really to be acknowledged. And it should be applied not only in the mining sector. And we can say that women who are trained in traditionally feminine areas like mining, for instance, or extraction sectors tend to be successful. And I'm not saying it is said by the studies, by the surveys. And they can perform, and they perform sometimes even better. And because women, when we enter in a sector where we don't feel that much comfortable, we have to prove that we can do it. And therefore, female workers do as much as possible to show that they can do it, to be at the level of men. It has been also proven that hiring men and women from surrounding communities also fosters development with indigenous groups or with villages around the sector. There is a very interesting report from the WHO saying that competencies and skills that women develop in the private sector are being acknowledged by companies as valuable for the job, because we can incorporate other types of values. One has to do with care. For instance, a female manager takes care of the team and attentive to what is going on, how they are. That is very much developed by women in maternity and household. That does not mean that men cannot do it, but that is a competency that we develop privately and that is at the service of the companies and the sectors. Likewise, to put into place differentiated skills of men and women enriches processes. We are not the same. I'm talking about equality in terms of differences. We are different, of course, and of course, we are lucky to be different. But still, those capacities and competencies are complement each other in the work area. And I invite and open this invitation to learn that we have to open training arenas for our younger generation so that they can analyze their capacities, their needs, and also give them the option, the opportunity to work in trades or jobs and to be trained in activities that are better paid, because you know that oftentimes stereotypes hit the revalorization of professions. There are professions that are highly valued and some others that are not so much. Therefore, I believe that this option is key in order to have more women in the extractive sector. Thank you very much. Well, I will now invite you to watch a video that is a summary of the Indigenous Forum at Saskatoon. And for me, it is a three-party effort. You'll see that we have the private sector, we have the First Nations, the indigenous communities, we also have the public sector, and that's the best way to approach this. And when we talk about training, training is a platform of dialogue, because then we have to see at each other's eyes, the private, the public sector workers, and so forth, and to work and open the dialogue. So we have a wonderful video that is a witness, a proof of what we've been doing. That was in November 2019, and they are speaking in a native tongue. I have welcomed you in my own language in order to acknowledge your presence and acknowledge the relevance of language, and also in order to welcome you to this territory under territory number 6. We have a unique symposium, and I tell you why it is so unique. First of all, because many of you know that the year 2019 was declared by the UN as the International Year for Indigenous Languages. That is why we are pleased to welcome and have 32 delegates from the countries of the Pacific Alliance as part of this effort to promote sustainable development and skills for employment of the extractive sector in the education program for the PA. The program is intended to identify challenges of dialogue that we still have in the extractive sector and in indigenous communities, as well as political stakeholders. Adapt good practices. These alliances have to continue so that those of us who are here can be multipliers of information via websites and social media like Twitter and so forth. And in order to multiply information, because information is very, very valuable. An opportunity would be access to education that is equitable, inclusive education, and so that we can have an opportunity to develop ourselves and develop in a way. It includes our training, but also our language, the way in which we communicate with each other, and our culture to be incorporated in whatever we study, so that we can develop ourselves with that.
To have open and transparent community consultations around potential extractive ideas. So when we say open and transparent community consultations, that means that information is disseminated at the local, regional, and national level. So all parties are included in those specific sectors to make sure information is given around what the operation is, what the intent is, how can the community come to a consensus together, and sharing those best practices at international forums with other Indigenous folks.
Porque la información es demasiado valiosa.
Information is far too valuable, and it has to stay that way. With sustainable policies, companies that can contribute to the economic development of the region, of the countries. The work has to be done as a team. Therefore, we need to have the involvement of social organizations, those defense organizations, local, regional government, and so forth, in order to understand protocols to be followed for that consultation and approval, social approval. So teamwork is relevant, and not to have them only involved when there is a conflict. They should be there from the beginning in order to have preliminary consultations. Join the dialogue. Now, with respect to what are some of the considerations for dialogue of communities, companies, and the state, for me, it is very important to balance knowledge, because in general terms, we tend to see knowledge in symmetric way. I think that popular culture, of course, is very important, and ancient culture as well. Climate change, I believe, has a lot to do, has a lot to say. We're talking about free and well-informed consultation involving indigenous peoples and communities for productive projects. Above all, for mining projects. I believe that it's very important uh, to talk to populations, to people, so that parties, so that the state, so that companies as well and indigenous communities can come to agreements. I believe it's very important for companies to have open dialogue areas from the beginning with their communities of influence. One of the things that are relevant for dialogue has to do to acknowledge the other person as an individual with rights, who thinks, who has a personal history, who has a word or has language and ancient knowledge. That's the only way, I believe, to have true dialogue. I think this is very important for us to know our life plan. What is it that we're aspiring to in terms of development? It's very important for us to know ourselves to be a better fit. I mean, to minimize negative impact in our territories and that may damage communities. We have to strengthen this identity part and the trust building measures as well to hold a better dialogue.
with the indigenous communities, with the employers to really strengthen that partnership, make sure that everybody has buy-in, bring in the traditional knowledge, bring in elders into the discussions. Also, be flexible. You know, it's not a one size fits all for everybody. For any community, they're all different, they're all unique, they're all distinct in their own ways.
And finally, I think that taking advantage of events such as this one to sensitize decision makers of the extractive sector, that's very important. People working in companies, in the government, and people that are in charge of the mining programs, the hydrocarbon programs. It's very important for us to include those people in those discussions. We believe education, just as we have heard, education is the right way to go and to avoid violence. And violence may be generated, but we have to work through a dialogue.
An indigenous student means to educate myself so I could be the one to give back to my community. I feel that it's important to have more indigenous people work in the museum field for myself.
A las demás mujeres que
And the other women, those of my country, I would say, dare do things. You have to overcome your fear. We're all the same. We're not less because we're women. On the contrary, we're contributing with so much. We're so methodological, and we are mothers and workers and students. So please don't be afraid. You have to stop being afraid. There's so many of us that are so active. There are so many women that are doing things. Yes, as an indigenous woman, I mean, it's we shouldn't be stagnant just because we have children and a husband. We as indigenous women should continue doing things. That is, we should continue saying, yes, I can do it. Yes, and excelling and getting the right education. Those are two of the most important things. We're strong. We are capable of doing everything we want to do in equal footing.
I get to do things that my ancestors and my grandparents could have never dreamed of. And it also means that I get to bridge the gap between our communities and the rest of the world so that we can showcase our talents, our skills, and bring more to our communities and also lift our communities up.
Chicano gana tanchiña aqueda no cucue bachica alcanzar na. En término español, esfuércense, échenle muchas ganas.
Do everything you can. Really give it all you've got, and you are going to accomplish your dreams. The most difficult thing we have in our societies is accepting the unknown. When we don't know something, when something is unknown, we're so scared. We feel fear. We have to understand others. The otherness is very important. We have to find points of coincidence. We have great diversity in Canada as well. We have to value everything to see how it may be related to our own spaces where we are working within our own territories. This is a reality. Insertion is a possibility always. Let's always remember this. Thank you. Thank you so much for this beautiful video of our Indigenous Forum. It is a pleasure now to introduce our gender equality panel. Let's begin with a video of a Peruvian organization. Unfortunately, they were not able to be here with us, but let me give the floor to the representative of the Education Ministry of Peru, Blanca Sanchez. Let's start with a video, and then later I will introduce our dear panelists. Please, from Peru, good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Blanca Vasquez. I'm specialist of technical, productive education, artistic production of the Ministry of Education in Peru. I want to greet each one of you, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are participating in the Mexico City Forum. Well, let me tell you something about everything we've been discussing here at the Education Ministry. We've been participating and developing different activities favoring the implementation of gender equality. One of the first actions we launched in 2021 with the AP Alliance was good practices related to the implementation of gender equality. One has to do with guidelines for the application of the gender approach and also how to prevent and sanction sexual harassment. The guidelines we have are promoting egalitarian comprehensive training through a differentiated analysis of needs and potentials of women, men, and the education community. And this has to do with the recognition for us to eliminate conditions and barriers that are going to be generating uh, gender violence and inequality. And this is to done to reduce inequality and to ensure permanence of women, especially of those women that are in usually male professions or careers. And has to do also with sexual harassment. How can we stop this? We have to guarantee equal conditions and a healthy coexistence and cohabitation practices in the education community. And this has to be done through education. We have to establish protocols to sanction sexual harassment at the education level. We've had the opportunity of participating in the design, implementation, and monitoring of public policies workshop with a gender perspective. And at this education ministry, we also participated actively, not only in the directorate where I work, but also other units of the Ministry of Education of Peru participated, as for instance, university education unit and different budget units and also different teams that are working on the institutional infrastructure of our country. They also participated with specialists of other sectors with whom we coordinated issues related to work done by the Women's Ministry, the Environment Ministry, the Labor Ministry, which is so important, and also the Economy and Finance Ministry and Population Ministry. All those ministries participated. It's very important for us to know that in those workshops, we not only specialists participated, those that are working on gender issues, we also had the participation of other specialists related to work being done in different angles and different subject matters. This is very important for everyone to be involved in gender equality and gender perspectives in our work, because this is something that's used in different sectors. So we are highly committed with promoting women in traditionalized male professions, and this has to do with science, technology, mathematics, among others. And this is done through teenage programs, programs for youth, and for the elderly as well. And we have another proposal that is implementing a training program on gender equity in public policies for that sector. Now, in terms of the first item, we're working on the promotion of programs for female students, and we had programs for teachers, for students throughout the sector, and we shared experiences, we gave guidance and good practices, promoting participation of women in those usually male professions. On the other hand, we were able to make visible all those barriers women are facing, especially after pandemic COVID-19. And here we replicated everything we learned in the workshop that has to do with monitoring, design, and evaluation. And this was replicated in other sectors. Thus, we trained about 500 people from education institutions, different specialists working in the field of education, and people participating in gender equity activities. And also in our sector, we prepared a joint program of those participating in the sector. Yes, this is the different program, and the intercultural aspect has to do with this. And this has to do with gender equity. And how do we sustain those actions? Well, we believe that it is necessary to promote appropriation and commitment on part of officials of the state. And this constitutes political will for the decision-making process. We're talking about decisions to acquire gender equality in the education system. You know very well, and you hear it in the news, our country is now facing a political crisis. It's a very serious crisis, and this has led to changing public officials. And when that happens, well, many times it's a little bit complicated to continue with the proposed agenda. However, we believe it's important for us to continue promoting this commitment of the new officials, of the new government officials, to continue working on this agenda. It's also necessary to have more budget for the development of actions related to gender equity. This is very important. We've been able to establish a budget for our activities, and we want to do more things. Therefore, it will be necessary for us to have more budgetary allocation. We're going to continue strengthening skills, capabilities at different levels, not only specialists of the education ministry, but everyone working in this cross-cutting aspect of our work. For that, we're going to continue participating with national, international instances so that we can coordinate work. This is something we've already started, and we want to continue doing it. Finally, in our sector, we are highly committed to continuing looking at actions favoring this transversal character of our work, promoting in our sector a high quality education with equal opportunities for all men and women, boys and girls. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias
Thank
a
you so
Blanca,
much,
y gracias
Blanca.
estar conectado con nosotras de
Yes,
manera virtual. Muchas
she's
gracias, Blanca.
talking
Ahora
to us
tengo
virtually,
el
as you can
gusto
see.
de
Now,
poder invitar
what a
a
pleasure to invite Dinora
Ugalde,
Ugalde,
coordinadora sectorial
a
de igualdad de
sectorial
género y
coordinator
programas
of gender
transversales
equity
de la
and
Secretaría de
transversal
Educación
programs
Pública
of
de
the
México.
Public
Por
Education
favor,
Ministry of
Dinora.
Mexico. Dinora, you have the floor, please.
Pues muy buenos días a todas y a todos.
Good morning, everyone. For the Public Education Ministry of Mexico, and through my voice, I want to thank you for allowing us to participate in terms of gender equity. And this has to do with gender equity, as we're discussing, and the type of work we're doing in my ministry. Yes, we have clearly understood that we're trying to eliminate obstacles through this initiative, obstacles for academic, professional, and labor development of girls and women and young girls here in Mexico. So then, we would have to recognize that one of the main obstacles girls and women are facing in Mexico in their different environments has to do with gender violence. Why do we insist on gender violence issues in Mexico? As you well know, this is a very important issue in Mexico, and it becomes especially relevant if we talk about the prevalence of this type of phenomena and the school environment and the educational environment as well. Just to give you some data here, the National Survey on Dynamic of Household Relations in terms of prevalence of violence against women in Mexico, we have some important data from that survey. In the last 12 months, for instance, 20% of women in Mexico experienced some sort of violence in Mexico at different levels of violence, of course. If we look at the school environment in the last 12 months, I'm referring to 2021, that's when the survey was done. Psychological violence, 12%. Physical violence, 6.3%. We're still talking about the school environment. Sexual violence, 13.7%. So then, taking those figures into account, they might be preoccupying more than just preoccupying. Well, through the Pacific Alliance Initiative, we have decided to participate, and we have decided also to launch a process through which we could strengthen design of our public policies. And how can we include competences to include the gender perspective in this phenomenon? So then, we participated in systematizing our documentation with three important contributions. Information of the utmost important. We used the methodology proposed by the Pacific Alliance and ICANN, eradicating gender stereotypes in higher education. And this is something that has already been mentioned, as what Diana just gave us a very good analysis of this issue. Actions related to approach and prevent teenage pregnancies. This is very important for us to continue working on this, and also actions favoring preventing violence in the school environment. As of that program, we have this brief diagnosis through the work we did with other institutions in basic education. We said we have existing protocols to prevent violence in school environments, and we also have progress in higher education. However, we found we have a mismatch in terms of the evolution of prevention of school violence in middle higher education. We have many technical schools in Mexico, industrial schools that are the seedlings of men and women, students that may be devoted to working in the sectors we are discussing here today. Now, just to show you some of the products we are generating through this workshop. Sorry, I'm in that picture. But yes, you can see that we've been working with other colleagues. And our working products, our analysis helped us use the methodology proposed by the instructor. Therefore, we were able to identify needs. We were able to design protocols for middle higher education. We also found solutions, and we have also necessary sanctions to repair integral damage of people that could be the victims of this type of school violence. What we did was the following. We organized a task force with the middle higher education teachers with the participation of the members of the General Directorate of Technical Industrial Education. We created a task force, a working group. In 2022, we implemented an awareness campaign with the support of the Human Rights Commission. Zero tolerance for all the work we do and all the different programs that are being deployed. And we looked at standards and regulations for school institutions in Mexico for us to identify participants in the pilot program. We concluded the first phase of the protocol with the participation of principals, teachers of the different school facilities in the middle higher education unit. We're going to be certifying counselors. We identified topics for the awareness creation campaign with the participation of the parents as well. We believe that family participation is very important, especially in all those campaigns favoring boys and girls in schools. We're going to be promoting the creation of ethics and prevention of conflict of interests committees. We're going to have 4 of them. Now, the third phase, this is something that will be starting this year. We have the pilot program for this project. This is going to be a declaration of zero tolerance. Once we have the instrument, we're going to be launching an awareness creation campaign for parents, for teachers, and then we are going to be launching this pilot for the strategy. And of course, follow-up and analysis for results according to the methodology proposed by CICAN. Let me show you here the description of this good practice. We have a protocol that includes important considerations, the objective of the program, mainly concentrating on preventing violence. And it also identifies violences that are quite naturalized in the relationship among peers or between peers and power relations in schools. So we are breaking down all those different actions and behaviors that could perhaps be part of sexual harassment, hostility that are not too clear for everyone at the school level. Finally, we're doing some testing. We are proposing all those processes. There's a form here, this format. I'm just showing you a sample of it. And this is to keep a record of everything we're doing. Finally, I want to thank you for your attention. I wanted to highlight the importance of the work we did with the SICAN, identifying the full need of designing an instrument, a practical tool, a very clear tool to avoid violence against women. This is one of the main obstacles we have to develop the academic and professional levels in our existing economic world. Thank you so much for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Dinora. Thank you.
Ahora me gustaría,
Now,
tengo el placer de
it's a
introducir
pleasure
a
to
nuestro
introduce
siguiente
our
panelista,
next
a
panelist,
Richard Caseido Rico,
Richard
jefe de
Caseido
la
Rico,
Oficina de
head
Desarrollo Académico
of the
y
Academic
presidente del
Development
Comité
Office, and
Igualdad de
he
Género
chairs
a
the
las OTS
Gender
en Colombia.
Equality
Por favor, Richard.
Committee,
Gracias.
yes, of the civil society organizations, and also working on the SDGs. Thank you so much, CICAN, for giving us the opportunity to share with you everything, allowing us to develop this 7-year partnership. As mentioned, I'm Richard Caicedo. I head the academic office of a technological institute in my country. It is located in the south eastern part, Bucaramanga, which is the capital of our department. We're an academic community of over 22,000 students, over 1,000 teachers in 4 municipalities of Santander. And we are also beneficiaries of this partnership through the different exercises we've done. And I will now talk about everything we've been able to accomplish on gender equality and exclusion. Therefore, our academic community, when the partnership started, we had already been working on inclusion. We had students, deaf students, and also people with physical disabilities, sensorial disabilities. We're also developing some steps towards gender equality through the office in our institution for that purpose. However, the first accomplishment the partnership had with us was reflecting something that even with 50 years, it'll be our 60th anniversary of doing this work in the southeastern part of my country. We realized we had more women than men in our institution, in spite of the fact that well, we see ourselves as an institution with more male community or male participation because of the engineering programs. We thought there are more men than women there, but we realized it was more women than men. And something that really caught our attention was that we had a higher dropout male index rate than the female dropout rate. So then we started preparing ourselves. We started with different workshops. We belong to the T04, yes, with the different institutions. And we started launching training sessions, through the collectives, teacher associations. We had a curricular transformation, including a competence that was not there before, that has to do with gender equality and inclusion issues. We also worked with a course related to that topic in the cross-cutting issues or courses we had, and they're part of all the programs of the institution. We started training teachers. We had many training sessions for them. But the first product of the partnership is to establish institutional policies to understand exactly what was happening regarding gender equity. And this was done through the institutional policy to participate in terms of institutional protection, but we also created the Institutional Committee of Inclusive Education. I am part of that. I chair that committee, and the program of diversity, inclusion, and intercultural issues and respect for the other person. And we also launched a resolution, and this was done in 2021. It includes a protocol for the prevention and care in case of gender or sexual violence and harassment. So this is the first issue. This was very important because we were able to start thinking about this issue for clear strategic guidance on the issue. That's why it was very important for those to make the right decisions. And in this sense, our policy tries to generate strategies for the healthy development of access to permanence and quality of life of everyone, and thus generating a possibility of dignified training. This was not enough, however. It was also necessary for us to develop a strategic proposal, a strategic plan. So, this is the strategic plan for institutional development with the support of other institutions, and this is the strategic line. Diversity and inclusion. It's not enough to have a policy. It's also necessary to have a strategic structure allowing for the development of different activities. This is something that should be sustainable in time. And this is something we did year 21 and 2021. And in the midst of the pandemic, we were able to develop this, guaranteeing resources for activities that were going to be generated or organized. For instance, this one, diversity and inclusion with a gender perspective, with a gender focus. And so this is a very concrete program to develop concrete actions, allowing us to have activities with the participation of our students, male and female students. This is a commitment with women, but also with men with different gender diversities. They're also victims of the armed conflict in my country. They belong to vulnerable communities. Now we launched very concrete campaigns. What is it being a woman? Being a woman is, that's the name of this campaign, for us to have the right strategy in order for all of us to participate in the campaign. This campaign has a character, Amy. You see, first the letters of the name of one of the most important characters in the world in terms of gender equity. I am not an expert on this. Yes, I'm a passionate, not an expert, but I'm very passionate about this issue. So I will tell you what we did, because as I've said, I'm very passionate about working in this type of campaign, even though I'm not an expert. However, those actions allowed us to recognize women in general. I mean, the highest number of women in our education community, women. So we had to recognize them, we had to position them as such. These are the campaigns in International Day of Nonviolence Against Women. And this is Viva hashtag alive and free. And this is something we did with different institutions, with different communication strategies, as you can see on the screen. This was very important. Support networks, generating those support networks. We, within the organization, may have all the will in the world, all the political will, but we have to partner up with the different entities that are working on this. So here we're partnering with committees or working sections of the different mayorships, and also the administration of Santander to have campaigns within our institutions. You see the results here, but there are so many more results. For instance, we realized the staff was comprised of men, many of them. So then, this was a strategic decision for us to also include women. And as Eliana was mentioning, now the president of the university with us in this forum has a woman, the financial unit. So that we have an administrative and financial manager, and this dignifies work done by women. And we also worked with podcasts. We have a radio network to train students. Let me allow you to hear what those women have said. This is the director of well-being, and we started working with TikToks. Well, let's help. Let's really work on it. Let's support it. So these are things we always say, no, we have to participate. We really have to move fast on this. And this allowed us to really get close to students. Why? Because this is the language they use, right? And we have to do it in their own language because we're working with youth. This is, you are the one who should be doing things. Yes, we can help each other. We can support each other. Well, you have the links here of the different spaces to sensitize people vis-a-vis gender-based violence. And here, those are the different training sessions. We have the violence meter, and you see harassment. Yes, what is it being a woman, and violence, different working topologies, and we have a club, a film club, to do it through films and those different contexts. Now, on inclusion, and I'm so thrilled to tell you about this, we have 14 deaf students with interpreters in all their courses, but we've also restructured physical structures so that those people with mobility disabilities may go all over the institution with no difficulties. This is something we did in one of those fora. We were invited to participate. I remember in Niagara talking to someone who motivated us to build ramps, to modify physical infrastructure, bathrooms, lavatories, so wheelchair people could not go in there. So we modified that for wheelchairs. And we also modified many of the infrastructures. We now have 6 students in wheelchairs, and they are going all over the institutions. They can just get around. Let me show you this video of one of the students, please.
My name is Aribet Salcedo. I study accounting. I am very excited and happy and proud with CTS because it is my dream come true to be right now attending school. I am a good student, and I wish to acknowledge and thank the institution, to the well-being area and the generation program, as well as the governmental support, because we know that if we are good students, we can have access to free education. Thank you to all the professors who have supported me, interpreters, authorities of the school. Thank you very much. I'm very proud of being a student of this institution. I want to move forward. I want to achieve my goal. I'm sure I'm going to be able to be a professional in my area. As deaf, I can do anything without barriers. I will move forward. I will study, and I will be proud of my effort. Thank you very much. Thank you, the CTS. UTS. As I was saying, we have 14 deaf students. 4 have already graduated. They are all in the labor market, are successful because we accompany them. This is our journal. And the idea is to disseminate the practice I just talked about across the institution. We have students learning sign language because it's not only including, but also integrating. And this is what the Alliance has taught us. Sharing inspired us. Thank you very much to SAICAN, to the members of the colleges, to the members of the EJEP, because when they shared their experience with us and they allowed us to share ours, they inspired us to motivate change. It is important to work with all parts involved. The network has to include professors, students, top management of the school, but also members of the different public, private institutions and NGOs. it is important to generate policies, that is to have a clear direction, but also to define clear strategies by means of development plans of each institution. Thank you very much. This is the UTS.
Muchísimas gracias a ti,
Thank you.
Richard.
Thank you very much, Richard.
Ahora
Thank you.
tengo
Now I am honored to introduce Nicolas Karaseduk, head of the Unit of Inclusion and Gender Equality of the CFT Coquin, and Ms. Rodriguez, in charge of student affairs of the same institution. Good morning. We didn't know if we were going to be presenting here or from our seat, but we will try to make it as inclusive as possible. And we prepared this presentation together. I am Nicolás Gradeu. I want to thank organizers, Asia ICANN, and I have worked with them for the past 5 years, now in the Coquimbo region. And of course, our Mexican colleagues who have been very, very kind, and the different delegations. This presentation of me and Claudette talks about the reality with the gender policy. And the idea is to find options in order to open dialogue, in order to exchange experiences, and to talk to each one of you, and listen to your suggestions and everything. We have been working with CICAN and other institutions, and we will talk about our experience. Good morning, all of you. I am Claudette Enriquez. I represent SEDUC UCH from the North region of Chile. And as Nicolas mentioned, we are going to present our best practices with our work with CICAN. We have worked in different areas in education. Thank you very much for having us. We want to share our experience and progress in terms of gender. That has been very important for us in terms of inclusion. We have more than 5,000 students. We have 5 campuses: Achoa, Paco, Bimbo, Lebu, and Huelpe. We have five campuses, and we have tried to transversalize gender equality across our campuses. In the first cornerstones, and with the support of CICAN, we prepared initial methodology because we had to educate ourselves in terms of gender topics. And with Viviana, with the CICAN team, we prepared courses, workshops where we learned concepts, and of course preparing a work program in order to make progress and see our starting point. First, we created a gender committee with the CICAN and with CGCS, BS, and we had people from different areas involved, from the academia, from communication, from liaisons, and of course with different campuses, school affairs, that's my area. And so the idea was to talk about the topic because it has to be a joint effort, as mentioned before, because we all have to be committed to move forward in this area. So with the creation of the Gender Committee, we organized sessions and a draft of work and a work plan in order to move forward in the different topics. One of the initial actions was to learn how we are, who we are, to conduct an initial diagnosis. And so we had a survey with the participation of administrative personnel, professors, and with the help of CCAN, we prepared this document in order to make a diagnosis. And we were able to see what was the starting point, how much knowledge did our staff have on gender topics, and also we prepared different strategies in order to move forward. Another action that was very important had to do with learning about the experience of all and listen to the people, to our staff, and to learn about their experience. And we had focus groups with men, women involved, and we had these conversations in order to listen to each group, and that was very enriching for the group in order to learn from each other. It is important to open communication, to listen to each other, and with that, we were able, with these instruments, that is the focus groups and the audit, we were able to make progress in the different topics and generate other actions as institution. As I mentioned before, we created these liaison areas and also working with support networks. And that was very important because we work with different ministries, with institutes like the one in favor of women, and activities with our administrative staff and our students as well. That allowed us to have a transversal dealing with the topics from the point of view of professors, of that is faculty, of students and administrative staffs, in order to cover all the different activities, and of course with necessary support. Thank you very much from the colleges, because it has been a journey. We have learned, we have trained, we have taken baby steps and moved forward. Now, Nicolas. Thank you, Claudette. Well, based on what Claudette said, in terms of the context, in order to implement the gender policy, it is similar and different in different ways. That's why we want to share our experiences with respect to our own reality and what we have as institution in order to share with you. Now, in the beginning, we also created a gender committee at the technical training level, and it was more than half a year or maybe a year ago, and we talked to different areas. That is the Students Association. Pretty much all the universities or higher education institutions have students organized, and there we met with them, we talked to them, and we brought the gender policy with them. We also have a good relationship with the union, and who are present at our institution, also faculty. That is all the faculty team, and also with administrative people, including the dean, the different representations for the making of decisions. And this gender committee holds sessions with all the relevant stakeholders so that they can feel part and can actually take part on the gender policy. And that is in just a few words what we did. And I could tell you that involvement of all these actors was relevant in the creation of this gender seminar. And then it is important to talk about institutional policy. And institution and gender policy. For several years, we've had a survey in order to take the pulse on how interpersonal relations are in the institution with the different actors, and in order to improve best practices and see where we have challenges and room for improvement, and try to find as a team solutions on the work environment. Another thing that is important mentioning is the implementation of the gender institutional policy implemented last year, and by while using the law, we have been created an institutional policy for the institution per se in order to have a protocol to act with one sole focus, and that is to take a charge of prevention of labor, sexual or sex-related harassment, and repair to victims who suffer harassment or violence in the institution. I think that that is our main focus in the Gender Committee in order to implement our own gender policy with the institutional protocol. I would like to tell you about the law that rules the acting of higher education institutions vis-a-vis labor and sexual harassment in education institutions at universities and higher education institutions. I will go into more detail, but I will give you this. I will tell you that before we started applying gender actions, we had to deal or be well aware of the law. As mentioned before, training and courses were very important in order to move forward and in order to draft strategies for the institution. And our institution has been around for more than 24 years, and we have created strategic alliances in the mining sector, for instance, and social institutions, and learn about the experience of students who have been able to share their experience and also share some gaps, some problems they encountered in the labor world, and that is important in order to understand what is it that we have to do across the different industrial sectors to incorporate women in the labor sector. And so one of the strategies that we have as institution is, for instance, COMAT, that's a mining company, and the alliance with women and mining to share experiences. And it's important to do this. That is to have the possibility of having these strategic partners to incorporate our students into the work environment, and also to generate opportunities and to keep up the effort with the alliances, and to have more and more institutions that can contribute to the effort, so that our students can be inserted in the labor environment. As Nicolas mentioned, in these actions of our institutions, the SODUC UCN, we have been able to incorporate a protocol of action with the law 21969 published in Chile on September last year. That's 2022. And based on these, Nicolas is going to share you a little bit more about that law. But as institution, we already published and we already downloaded, so to speak, the protocol with research actions and with repair actions, where with institutional processes that are very important. We also were able to make process in documents to incorporate inclusive wording, vocabulary, also in terms of curriculum with different topics. And so all documents that are also important, it's also important to understand our internal processes in order to move forward.
Bien, nosotros también como institución tenemos capacitaciones, felizmente.
We also have training
Agradecer a Eliana que está aquí presente.
courses. Thank you, Ileana.
Junto a CICAN.
Thank you very much for supporting us. And thank you, the team, and for supporting us and for the hard work in terms of training. We held masculinity courses and also collaborative efforts. We are now working with other institutions in different aspects, including a institutional plan. At our institution, we have a university supporting us that also has a gender department, and we intend to work in many areas in good practices. Likewise, we have good practice desks, and Claudette is going to share with you some information together with other institutions. If I am going a little too fast, please let me know. In Chile, we tend to speak fast. And it might be hard for the translator to keep up with my pace. So we work with public institutions like the Ministry of Women. We will talk about that. It's very interesting at a regional level. And also, in our strategic alliances, it's worth mentioning the relevance for our institution that has to work with CEICAN. Because for us, that was a true gift from heaven for a small institution like ourselves in a region where help that a new institution needs, like us, is very, very valuable. So thank you very much on behalf of our institution. We have the dean here, but still we want to thank you very much. The benefit that we had for working with a strategic alliance with CEICAN has been amazing at different levels in different areas. As B09, B02, and institutions who have worked with us, Anik Boreal, and other institutions participating in the past. And I want to say this because we are talking about good practices here, and one of the most powerful practice is the impact of CEICAN. So I want to thank you. Now, Law 21-369 that Claudette mentioned, and we'll have a slide only for the law, and also the cornerstone calendar. We plan the year in the gender department, and we take into account different actions, namely the most important cornerstones for celebrations, for instance, and we work with the communication department because I think that Richard has understood very well, and also having the communication department in order to really reach out. It's key for all of us to have the communication department on board, and I think that most institutions would agree with me. So now I would like to talk about the law, the 21-669. As Nicolas mentioned, since last year, and also based upon the law, higher education institutions of the region had the intention of creating help desk or a desk to share practices via the Secretariat of Women and Gender Equality. We already prepared this desk, and we have representatives from different institutions so that all institutions can share good practices and work together in the application of the law and generating actions. And we have an agenda for 2023 with seminars to work together, and also in terms of support. In just a few words, the benefits that we want to highlight from the SICAN Alliance is linkages, development of technical education. We know that I had an opportunity living in Canada. I know you very well, and you are champions in helping people change their mindset on how to value professional technical education. That influence has helped us very much, and it's very, very helpful for us as institution. We value that very much, and this has helped us to the develop of a global vision on how to value technical students. And of course, it has helped us very, very much. And also opportunities, training, exchange of experiences and good practices with each of the agreements and the different projects, the different projects being monitored by SICAN. And also, in order to move forward with respect to products, workshops, we need to keep on working with the workshops, courses, and the congresses with the different ministries and institutions collaborating and to obtain different products and develop an integral policy against the harassment, and also coordinate actions together with all the different strategic alliances with the gender desk and the network of support. Yes, to wrap up in just a few words, then afterwards we can have questions with this regard. But for us as institution and as Chilean, we are proud to have a law that allows us to have at least a framework, at least a starting point to regulate each action against gender violence. And the spirit of this law is to understand that gender policy contributes to work in safe places against discrimination and harassment. That's the main goal, and it compels institutions via supervising actions to fully comply with each demand. A couple of examples that we're already applying in all the work agreements. We have to incorporate a gender clause in all of them transversely. Example number 2, the law demands to have clear diagnosis to prevent risks of behaviors which might mean gender violence discriminatory actions. And number 3, for you to have an idea of what we're talking about, the institution has to incorporate contents with respect to human rights and modify the curriculum in the training with respect to all professors and students. And this is a change of paradigm that I wish to stress, because it is an opportunity for us as higher education institutions to be spearhead and to go beyond, to give everything we can to be up to the task according to the law and institutional policies from the Ministry of Education, the Secretariat of Women, and of course all the different authorities. So we have a communication strategy as well, and we share with, and we agree with our previous colleague, this is of no use if there is no, this is not embraced and assimilated by all the different stakeholders of the institution. If we cannot truly permeate strategically these across all the stakeholders, there won't be a change of mentality or mindset or culture at the institution. Very well. Thank you so much for your attention in this panel. Thank you for allowing us to share our experiences and the different projects we are working on. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to take advantage of this to, yes, to say hi to my friend. We've been working together for so many years, so what a pleasure seeing you, yes. And I apologize to the interpreters for my very fast way of expressing myself. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nicolas and Claudia. Now we have two last, not really PowerPoint presentations, but testimonials. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Jonathan Luna, Deputy Director of the Pacific Alliance for the Ministry of Economics in Mexico. You have the floor for your testimonial. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to thank SICAN, and I want to thank the Pacific Alliance and everyone for allowing me to participate. Yes, yes. Diana did me the favor of allowing me to participate, to tell you about my experiences and results of everything. Let me just, highlight that the company giving us all this type of support was Hendes, an extraordinary company. Jair Maldonado was also an excellent teacher, professor, and guide. The axis of the entire course was precisely the word empathy. What is empathy? Putting yourself in someone else's place. Now, what happened is that we saw a major change, like changing our brain chips. And this is exactly what happened in our course and in our everyday lives, putting ourselves in other people's place. At the end, we did have a presentation. I mean, we had to do a magazine or review. I will leave that for the end. Well, there's was my picture there, so I better not show it. However, it was a matter of designing an action plan and how to implement everything we learned. What happened was that we had to take into account so many things in terms of the changes we were going through, how to implement everything. And one was a conflict case with gender issues. We have to really make sure the facts were true. We are usually very much used to doing various or making comments rather that may be quite uncomfortable or inconvenient for others. So this is something with sometimes nicknames. We give people nicknames. A woman, we refer to the woman in a very pejorative, or a person. We give nicknames that end up being insults, of course. That's the first thing we learn, not to do that. And also listening to different views, not just keeping one image, one idea, one perception of things. Issuing judgments on just hearing one version of things. We had to do away with that and always trying to understand viewpoints of other people. Sometimes we all come from different cultures, even though it might seem there's a common trunk, but we have to understand the other person. We have to understand the indigenous people. We have to understand women. We have to understand The person, no matter what creed, no matter what religion, Protestant, Muslim, or Catholic, among others. And as of that point, reconciling was very important for us to have positive results, a win-win situation, not prejudging others. This is very important. Sometimes we prejudge others. We say, well, what happened is that I don't like the fact that he got here and didn't even say hi. Well, maybe that person didn't say hi because he doesn't have to say hi to start with, but we don't know why he didn't say hello to start with. Yes, so these are things we can learn every day from other people, and we should do away with expressions that are might insults for other people. We know that sometimes it's just a matter of saying, well, the fat lady, the skinny guy, the tall guy, the midget, or the thin guy. Sometimes that was taken lightly, but this is something we should be changing. That's why I mean by a change of chips and not prejudging people, not judging anyone, avoiding violent actions. As of that point, we came up with our final work with those references and interviews, including 3 questions. So, what did you learn in the course? How would you apply it in your everyday life? And are you doing it? What I learned in this course was to realize that we are all different, although we all belong to the human gender. We all have different ways of seeing things. Our behaviors are different as well. So, what are we doing? How are we seeing things? And we should realize things seem different to other people. Someone said, for instance, a Mexican say, "Yes, you can get." The boy out of the town, but not the town out of the boy. So, where does this come from? We have to understand where people come from. And can you change your own image? Can you change other people's image? Can you change the rationale so that you can work with other people and vice versa? I think that's the main thing we learned. Another change we also went through was very important. It's something I applied and what I'm just about to tell you. Well, here it was a matter of knowing we're inclusive and we cannot be differentiated. So, what do we see here? Article 1. Originally, this is the Constitution of 1917 in Mexico. This is the Mexican United States. All individuals will enjoy guarantees of this Mexican Constitution. They shall not be restricted or suspended except for conditions therein set forth. So if we applied Article 1 of the Mexican Constitution, we would be inclusive in everything. This paragraph is 100% inclusive. Now, what happened? Well, this Article 1 had many reforms. Unfortunately, women were allowed to vote in 1953, only in 1953. So in this charter in 1975, there was a text regarding equality between men and women. This is 1971 because that was International Women's Day. So the First Lady of Mexico promoted it that year the implementation and inclusion and clearly establishing equality between men and women. Men and women. Well, this constituted a great benefit. For instance, if a man abandoned his household and the woman had to go back and live with her parents just because of this lack of equality, because the woman didn't report abandonment of the spouse, then the woman would be losing the case and she would have to go back to her parents' home. This was changed. However, in 1992, we have 500 years of the discovery of America. So a new paragraph was added in the Constitution respecting indigenous communities and traditions. And out of the 62 indigenous groups in Mexico, we're so proud of that. And this is about 10% of the Mexican population. And finally, in this century, the 21st century, we included something else. Finally, the situation of prohibiting all discrimination motivated by ethnic or national origin, gender, age, disability, social condition, health conditions, religion, opinions, sexual preferences, civil status, or any other element attempting people's dignity and undermining their rights. Well, what does this signify? This is what I wanted to tell you. Unfortunately, we had a system, one paragraph in originally in the Constitution, which was very inclusive. Unfortunately, we had to be more specific on this to do away with discrimination. This is something we had to include. This is the amendment. So that I learned that in this course. I had to change my mental chip, saying we're all persons, we're individuals, we're all inclusive, we should all be included. We're all to be respected. So the original paragraph was not enough. We had to include other paragraphs. And this is what I have learned. And this is we learned through SciCan and the different courses, being able to change our mental chip and be able to reason exactly on something we have to work with. What is coming in the future? Finally, not only masculinity, as someone just mentioned, but also a new course on femininity, and thus be able to try to see and try to do everything from a feminine viewpoint and a masculine viewpoint, what it is that we can enhance and improve. And we were saying a few minutes ago, simply, this is a matter of being able to, for instance, let me just give you imaginary case. I hope I'm not offending anyone. In the past, and I saw this with one of my colleagues, she reached a certain level in her job, and she said, my masculine or my male counterpart, if I have a master's, my male counterpart should have a PhD. If I speak two languages, the other one has to speak three languages if he's a man. So if I have these levels of expectation, the counterpart has to be higher than me in terms of expectations around that person. So it's not your counterpart. He doesn't have to be smarter or better than you. You have to have equal footing on this. And something I learned is to stop seeing the masculine part as positive and the female as negative. You know, a Mexican actress who said, I was a woman who was born with a man's heart. And everyone stood up and they gave her an applause. Yes, they said this was actress Maria Felix. But then there were other women, other actresses, because they're so feminine, and thus they were able to accomplish exactly the same. Well, I think that's the mental chip we have to change. All of us, men, women, and different sexual orientations. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jonathan. Now, what a pleasure to introduce our last panelist for this morning's session, Ms. Salcedo of the Colombian Association. She will give us her own testimonial, just as Jonathan just did. Yes, thank you so much. Mm. Hello, good morning. What a pleasure. I'm Nasli Salcedo. I'm Director of Communications for the Colombian Mining Association. I want to thank the entire team for bringing us here to Mexico City and for working with us not only today, but for 7 years. I would give you an explanation of our participation. I have brief notes. I don't want to mean to bore you. Now, the first measure I want to implement is remind you about the labor we do in Colombia in communications. Well, part of that, aside from other things, we have to be having a leadership position and transfer knowledge, transfer policies to enhance the economic sectors in Colombia, in this case, especially the mining sector. For us, that's why this was so relevant to be included in the entire project, because of that inclusion. This is a 7-year project. We had the clear intention of working on gender equity issues. However, being part of this process allows all of us in the institution and individually. We have 60 companies that are affiliated, 60 mining companies that are going through exploration or production. And we had already set our eyes on gender equity issues, because all of us know this is a difficult task to introduce gender equity, not only in our sectors, but society at large. So the first thing I want to tell you is that having participated in those projects has allowed me to increase my sensitivity and recognition for the importance of introducing all the different subject matters and gender equity policies within the management of those mining companies where I work. This is a commitment we have reasserted throughout this time, the time of this project. This is the 7-year project. And the first thing is that we've been able to gather, we've been able to nurture our own knowledge through good practices gathered through this project. Our participation in the forum that took place in Chile, there we had the opportunity of looking at the small distance we had already covered, but we learned so many things and realized everything that has to be done. And this is knowledge shared by sister countries. We realized what we could adapt to the Colombian idiosyncrasy and traditions. So we started looking at working on different projects through committees. We believe this is a very important part of the committees. Who is in those committees? People that are working on this in the 60 companies that are affiliated to our association. We already had an economic legal committee. We had a sustainability committee, but we didn't have a gender committee working on those special issues. We created the Gender Committee of the Colombian Mining Association. We meet periodically, and there we do knowledge transfer. We have shared experiences with other countries, and we've done it through that committee. Something else we did was that we did a sustainability survey. We sent it to our membership to gather information. That's very important. In an aggregated manner, we wanted to inform the country about it in some international scenarios with topics on social, environmental investment, and also as of that survey with my colleague Carolina, who's our director, and she's with us today, we included issues or questions that were quite specific on gender equity in the sustainability survey. That gave us the necessary tools to be able to gather aggregated information from the sector, and of course, information we could share with public entity and private instances as well in Colombia. Later, we decided we had to motivate companies to adopt and implement. Not only it's a matter of adopting things, it's a matter of implementing. That's very important to implement this within their own companies. I'm talking about a gender equity perspective policy. We did it with a collaboration of the World Bank, and that had already started a specific methodology for the extractive sector for any country. Why did it get our attention? Aside from everything we had been able to gather from experiences and fora where we had participated with Eliana and other colleagues, this methodology understands that the mining sector, since it is a sector developing in the different territories, most of the time territories that are far from big city or urban centers, therefore it needed to have higher commitment with gender equity
not just, I say simply not because I think it's a minor thing, but not just simply increasing participation in the labor force, increasing the presence of women, I mean. But since we are in territories needing the commitment of the mining company, we had to have a policy extending that right in the communities where they are working. So this policy includes increasing the presence of women within the mining companies, increasing as well the participation of women in the decision-making bodies and the high-ranking positions of the organization. And this is of the utmost importance, as you can imagine. On the other hand, for us to be able to increase and empower women outside the organization in two ways. One, on a community leadership. We had to extend that empowerment, that feminine empowerment through other communities of our areas of influence, and thus be able to have those community women leaders to participate in the different projects for the development of territories in the mining regions, allow women to participate, ensuring that their vision would be included in the development plans of the mining territories in Colombia with the support, of course, of the mining companies themselves. Here, let me highlight the mining formalization issue. In Colombia, we have a complicated situation of illicit extraction of minerals in some regions of the country. That's why this is very important for the communities because it empowers women who want to be leading those processes of formalizing the extraction activities. We have very valuable examples because those women haven't just been able to be leading those processes, which is very important for the Colombian context, but they've also inspired other women to also participate in their formalization processes. So formalization, it is truly an important thing in Colombia. Let me conclude with two things. The other objective, well, after empowerment of women, empower women in the value chain of companies. This means privileging not as a process of supplier or vendor development program, and those micro-sized women to be participating in the providers or suppliers chain of the mining industry. This has become visible through the recognition and acknowledgement. We call it the Huellas, the Galardón Huellas. This is the footprint award, and we give that award every 2 years. This is one of the years where we're going to be giving this award, and this is where we've made and found great examples of women leading formalization projects, and we would be delighted to share that with you. We think that it's not only the journey that has taught us how to implement those policies, but those policies have become visible and we have recognition spaces. This is fundamental for companies to start believing, increasingly believing in what we're doing. That's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias,
Thank
Nasli.
you so much, Nasli. Let's take a minute to give them a hand for their excellent, the 7 panelists. Thank you. Thank you for discussing issues related to gender equality. Thank you so much. Now, we're going to have a small break, only a 5-minute break. Before that, let me tell you two things here. Let me remind you that outside, where we have a mini fair, you can find a copy of this report and the analysis of policies and good practices on gender equality. And unfortunately, since we do not have the time to open the space for the Q&A session with our excellent and valuable panelists, we want to suggest that this afternoon, when we have the mini fair time at 3:30, you can approach the panelists and ask your questions. So once more, thank you so much, and let's have a 5-minute break before the environmental sustainability panel. Thank you so much.
Vamos a sentarnos, por favor. Vamos a empezar el panel de sostenibilidad ambiental.
Yes, let's now go on to the environmental sustainability panel, please.
I'm going to ask everybody to come back to sit down, please. Vamos a empezar el próximo panel sobre la sostenibilidad ambiental.
This is the panel on environmental sustainability.
Bueno,
Please.
tengo
Very
el
well.
gusto
What a pleasure.
de- Ahora vamos a cambiar de tema.
Now to change the subject matter. The first topic of the cross-cutting topic had to do with gender equity.
Por favor,
But
voy
now let me
a invitar a todos que,
invite
por favor,
everyone
siéntense,
to sit
porque
down
tenemos mucho
because we have so many
queremos
things
compartir con
to
ustedes
do,
en
to
pocos
share with
minutos.
you. Not
Tengo el
enough
gusto
time,
de
however.
introducir
Now,
a
what a
Israel
pleasure
Ávila.
introducing
Él es
Israel Avila,
consultor
who
de
is our
sostenibilidad ambiental.
environmental
Va a empezar
sustainability
con una
consultant.
demostración
He will
sobre la
start out with a
estrategia de
presentation
sostenibilidad
on
ambiental
environmental
de la
sustainability strategy of the AP program. You have the floor, sir. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Very well. Welcome, everyone. Now we're talking about environmental sustainability. Environmental issues have been part of the EPAP program. Well, as you know, not only the extractive sector is in constant hazard because or danger because of environmental factors. We should remember that the environment is where we all live, we all share the same space. So then if we don't implement actions, all this may collapse, all this may be affected. This is something we have seen through climate change in terms of water. A part of my life, I lived in California, so I'm really surprised to see how all the floods we're having. What are the actions we should be implementing? We should all be engaged. Society at large should be participating in this. Well, the environmental situation is not only a transversal or cross-cutting issue, but I think it has now become a fundamental pillar in all the components we're discussing. And this is something we have seen in this almost 7 years of the execution of the program. So then, under this rationale, I think we should remember that all environmental actions should be developing with all our partners of the program. That is at the ministerial level, locally, institutionally, everything, wherever the program is, that we should be carrying out those actions to sensitize people on climate issues. That should be important and should be well presented. We should be extending this at all spheres and levels. As part of our strategy in SICAN, well, some of the actions come from the 2030 agenda, from the SDGs. This is something that has become a part of our own activities. And the strategy is based on two different levels: public institutions, ministries, and also education facilities, education establishments, higher education, and technological universities. This is very important with the participation of those universities and other types of education institutions. So basically, this is what we are doing, working on those two pillars. Now then, now the transversal aspect, which are those transversal components of the EPAP? We have A and B. Let me tell you about the main results of those components. Well, for component A, we had the Environmental Forum, October 2021, and we identified 17 policies. I will be very brief. We also had a systematization process, and also a result of the forum were 4 trainings, workshops on public policies and environmental public policies at the AP level, and technical assistance is also part of component A, partnerships, alliances, technical assistance. Component B, environmental committees throughout the institutes. Most of the institutes, we've been able to do this. And then also extracurricular activity. This is something supporting activities. We've used extra monies for that to make environmental issues visible in public administration. And we've also supported committees and their associations through environmental programs and studies. All this has been the involvement of environmental sustainability in the program and the way we've been working on this to make it visible and very cross-cutting or transversal. Very well. Other results we have our report from last year's forum, 17 public policies and good practices, and also in the systematization program, we've identified 5 other practices recommended by the people who participated in this process, a total of 22 identified policies. As I've said, we had 4 workshops, 1 in each country, for training for public officials with an attendance of 124 trained people. And we also have assistential technical assistance advisory programs and courses and workshops. Later on, I will introduce the launching of the policy report. However, this is for later. And a B component, 9 meetings of the environmental committees, almost 1 a month, and we gave economic support of Canadian dollars for extracurricular activities throughout the B projects. And we had 4 awareness creation workshops with teachers and students. And we had a campaign. This was a environmental photography international contest to sensitize students and create awareness on how important it is for us to protect the environment. Those are the main results we've had until now. Well, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much. You was very punctual and specific, as you can see, very brief. If you have any questions, we can go into them later on, but I do want to give the floor to our guests, the other panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Israel. Now, what a pleasure to invite our first panelist, Claudia Salazar. She is a member of the Technical Group for the Environment and Green Growth, this technical group of the Pacific Alliance, and she comes from the Ministry of the Environment of Colombia. You have the floor, Claudia. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I want to thank the team of CCAM for the organization of this event and also for opening the invitation to create the technical group and participating in this process that I think that allowed us to exchange experiences and expand the vision that we had as countries of the alliance with respect to sustainability beyond the agenda and aimed at plastic management, and learn about the experiences of the rest, and learn how was the institutional scaffolding for the transversalization of the processes across our nations. For Colombia, in this process to identify good practices, we identified 5 policies, programs, or strategies meeting these characteristics of transversalization of the sustainability effort beyond the environmental arena, identifying shared policies with the energy and mining sector, and therefore improving the transversalization of the process. I will mention 2. One policy has to do with our carbon neutral policy to 2050
But before that, as country, we have to mention to our contribution that was updated in 2020, and Colombia expands the ambition to 51% as target to reduce greenhouse effect gases by 2030, and is in our 2050 strategy to be a carbon neutral country. Our national contribution includes three components: adaptation, mitigation policies, and others such as the gender focus, and also involvement of communities and territories as key for us, taking into account the characteristics across the nation. Since we are multicultural, the focus and work with communities and territories needs to have a focus aimed at the particular needs, allowing us to reach objectives across the territory. Now, with respect to our climate long-term strategy, we are in the framework of the COP26 in order to try to make institutional adjustments and whatever is necessary across the different productive sectors of Colombia in order to meet the carbon neutral goal by 2050 with 9 pillars, identifying a transition in labor and countries and regions with urban development and protection of biodiversity, mobility, and sustainable infrastructure. In the processes that stem in similar ways, it is important to stress that these processes are built with the different stakeholders of the society, and with that, we have institutionality with the private sector, communities, of course, and with the academia. And by means of these processes or dialogues, we were able to have a contribution to set the goals by productive sector that had to be reached in order to go to reach the 51% goal. In this transversalization effort, not only the political framework, but also with the work with the private sector across the territories, we have realized that it is important to work with the environment and see that other productive sectors are part of the process to comply with the objectives, and that actually have a responsibility in the objective. And the 2050 strategy nationwide is worth stressing. The business strategy with more than 500 companies involved from different productive sectors willing to support the national government in these processes, and at different stages of the strategy. Some of them are barely beginning, some others are further. With respect to the carbon footprint or policies vis-a-vis these mitigation strategies, and there are other companies that are already being acknowledged or recognized because they are highly sustainable and what has been achieved. That is the first package of the policy identified in this process. With CCAN, and due to the transversalization access across different sectors, and another policy identified in these dialogues with government institutions was the sustainable management of plastics. That is a national plan since 2021, and stemming from a national desk on plastics that Colombia has with the different stakeholders and sectors that have a certain degree of competence or relationship with the sector. And based on that, there are different dialogue spaces open in order to provide policies. Therefore, by 2030, 100% of plastics of one use should be recycled or reused. Therefore, the two public policy processes identified during the process made it clear how transversalization of the focus on sustainability, since the beginning and all the way to reaching communities and territories so that implementation can be optimum. Furthermore, we identified other policy instruments like the Integral Plan for Climate Change of the mining and energy sector, resulting from our update of the national contribution. And those are plans of stakeholders in order to implement these measures in adaptation or mitigation, contributing to the 51% goal. And we also identified the integral strategy for climate change, worth mentioning, that was articulated with the Ministry of the Environment and as rector of policies in climate change, but implementation thereof lies on the competence of the Ministry of Mining and Energy. Those are pretty much policies identified by Colombia during the transversalization of gender focus. Thank you very much, and good morning. Thank you very much, Claudia. Now, I would like to open the floor for Angelica Murillo, consultant from Niaga College, and she's going to share a presentation with us. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much. To give you some context, I work as a coordinator of the B01 Alliance with Chile and as consultant of Nova Scotia Community College for the B07 with Peru. And I want to share with you how is it that we bring environmental sustainability in education institutions. Before that, I want to mention that in these two alliances, Canadian colleges involved were the College of New Caledonia, Nova Scotia Community College, Niagara College, and the BCIT, that is the British Columbia Institute of Technology. And I want to take a minute to stress that these Canadian institutes are in the ancient lands of the Mi'kmaq, Teclitenin, and Musqueam people in Canada. Well, in Antofagasta, we conducted a work with the alliance, and we started working with the local alliance. And the first two images, you can see a chat on changes on the regulations of the REV law, extended responsibility of the producer law with Econogen for students of SEDUC. And the idea was to open the floor or open the door to have students, faculty members, and organizations devoted to environmental sustainability so that students could learn about regulations at a local level and how to benefit and contribute by means of that knowledge. Then students had the opportunity to participate in the eco-construction workhouse at the Corrallen Recycling Park, where they were able to learn eco-construction. And therefore, the idea with these activities was to give students skills that they could later on use as agents of change in their own roles in the companies where they worked, in communities, maybe neighborhood or at home.
Pienso que aquí, no sé, Maud, hay un video que se muestra ahora. No sé
We
si...
have a video. Please, can you help us with the video? I am from Eficiencia Energética or Energy Efficiency, and I want to share with you our experience on Ecorayen. We had Abela, founder of the park, and they gave us an introduction on recycling and a chat on eco-construction and sustainable architecture. And it was very enriching because it has to do with energy efficiency on how to build for the future and focus construction on the environment and take the best out of solar energy that is pretty much everywhere and use resources more efficiently. Well, we heard one of the students of SEDUC sharing his experience at the recycling park of Corayen. Another achievement, aside from opening these spaces for students, was the donation of solar panels for the Antofagasta institution. And aside from that, we learned about the work with Ecorayen, and we wanted to introduce that to another beneficiary that was Colegio Con Bosco de Antofagasta. And there you see Israel, who was part of the activities. And now we have a video of what was achieved in particular between Corayen and the Colegio Don Bosco. As Ecorayen Foundation, we are very happy with the team that we have by participating in this wonderful project with SICAM and Don Bosco. And for us, it's wonderful to give these guys the tools, these students, the tools they were able to build with eco bricks. They learned about the care of the environment and how relevant it is to produce our products. And they learned about the ecoplanetary, and they understood where is it in the universe we are, and why is it so important to take care of our planet. This project, in which we have participated with 7th graders, is very important with our education, Salesian education, because we believe that community is key. We believe that this is our house, and we're talking about school, but also the world. Therefore, the experience of our children, I think, gives us a good perspective towards the future, that this generation will have a more clear awareness with respect to planet. I think that it was learning and awareness on taking care of our planet. Unfortunately, we don't have much awareness of what we can lose or what is going to be inherited to the upcoming generations if we don't care the environment. It was very nice because I think that we could all be there, because we learned several things with respect to how to take care of the environment and how to use what we have at home to have a better world. That was one of the actions that we achieved with Ecorayen and SEDUC Don Bosco. Another action that we developed with the alliances were chats, hybrid chats. That is, I have to mention B02 and Eureka and Stefan. Thank you very much. You are here. Thanks. It was a very good practice, and we replicated that with B01 and 02, and to work together in order to achieve more. The B01 Alliance worked only with schools and Antofagasta schools, and B02 at Coquimbo. And when we joined forces, we were able to take these chats to the 5 seats of SEDUC, and we did it hybridly. And so in the beginning, this was done with the Basura de Chile Foundation, and what we did was to have an introductory chat in order to change, of course, this mindset. We are not generating trash. It's not trash. What we see there, it can be raw material for a new process. After that conversation that was face to face, we also had some online courses for to grow vegetables and to show them how is it that on their day-to-day life they can have an impact in sustainability. We had another workshop developed with the SEDUC Institute, and the idea of this workshop was by means of environmental sustainability and by allowing students to manipulate the land of their school, then to generate environmental sustainability and also to give them a sense of belonging with the institution. So here we see how we started in the classroom. Then this is a rock garden that they have in front of the institution, and the institution considered as a rock garden in the previous project with geomining program, I think, and then we intervened in the process, and here you can see the results. All the students working. I think that working with local institutions, aside from alliances between the institution and local institutions that are working in environmental sustainability, is also to give students an idea of what resources they have at hand. In this case, we go to Peru, and this is what we did with Honorio Delgado Espinosa with the B07, and students and faculty and school employees took the seminars, also to students, but looking for information with resources they had in-house. So Luis Ramos, who will address you, brought a group of teachers who knew about sustainability, and they prepared workshops with students. Aside from the Canadian colleges, we offered more specific training, and we had photovoltaic energy and battery recycling that were topics that institutions asked for, taking into consideration that they are education, technical and technological institutions that sometimes use batteries, of course, and that they are not at the level of the industry, but need to know what to do with them, how to dispose them, how to recycle them, what happens. And we had one in particular for the members of sustainability committees, environmental sustainability at technical education institutes, in order to teach from Canadian colleges what has been done and what could be tropicalized or replicate in Chilean institutions. I think that the greatest challenge we had, particularly after the pandemic, was to increase involvement of students in online activities. We went from face to face to virtuality very rapidly. And there came a point when people were tired of having so many online sessions. And so that was one challenge. Another thing that I didn't write down here is Another challenge is that time for participating. Students in these type of institutions tend to work as well. They have their households as well, and they don't have much time, not as a full-time student might have. And therefore, in order to participate in these activities, it can be quite a challenge. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Angelica, for your wonderful presentation. Now, we have a video from Natalia Boorques, a professor from the Unidades Tecnológicas from Santander, Colombia. We have a video. Thank you very much. Thank you to the team from CCAM and to EPAP, talking about Unidades Tecnológicas de Santander. The institution now has a strategic plan for development institution from 2021-2027 with different strategic axes. One of them has to do with sustainable UTS. Number 11 has to do with development and management of sustainability. That is the basis for our sustainability program. The first objective and achievement was the generation of our environmental policy with the guidance and approval from the Dean, Dr. Marlene Gerke, aimed at establishing the framework for management of social sustainability, also economic and environmental sustainability, according to the Sustainable Development Objectives and strategic goals. Now, the scope of the policy is to be able to provide guidelines in order to promote sustainable development across the different processes. This policy as well is published and can be checked on the website. After this, we continued with actions in order to promote environmental sustainability, first of all, with characterization of or classification of solid residues with different actions. First was that the institution to conduct characterization of solid residues every year in order to see the residues, those that can be used, reused, organic, and to set forth actions in order to mitigate environmental impacts resulting from these residues. We designed and shared material in order to speed up environmental education processes for the correct characterization of residues, together with training to the general service personnel, to the administrative staff, and also students in order to separate residues correctly at the corresponding points. Last, at Bucaramanga, there are constant campaigns in order to gather post-consumption residues, and our institution takes part as a recollection spot for these activities. Another action in our institution was to have an efficient water and energy use plan together with environmental education for the right use and management of these resources. To date, thank you to our agreement with SICAN, we acquired 2 points for drinking water supply and reduce the use of one-use plastic bottles. That is one of the residues resulting mostly across the institution. Our sustainability actions are not only inside the institution, we also have a sustainability process with the external sector. And I want to share with you 2 cases that have to do with this. Number 1 is at the municipal level, the municipality has what is called Punto Limpio Metropolitano, or clean point or clean space, where they can take their appliances or used oil or paper, cardboard, and these residues that can be reused. And for us, the challenge has been to support them with environmental education of the B04. Sorry, B07, and also to identify residues taken to this site, what is the use that can result, so that they don't become residues that are taken to the landfills. Now, the second example that I want to share with you is the agreement that we have with the municipality of Bucaramanga in order to characterize solid residues at the source and recycling. The first one, that is characterization of solid residues on site, specifies the right characterization at households of Bucaramanga in order to set forth the amount of residues generated, reusable, not reusable, and organic, and in order to go with the integral management program of the municipality with actions to mitigate that affectation of the disposal of these residues that at the end of the day go to the landfills, and that are an environmental calamity because pretty much they are up to the limit of the capacity. And the second part of this agreement is to have a census on the population of the people who gather these reusable resources, and identify the number of people in charge of this activity, and also to identify them and to have an ID so that they can actually collaborate with the municipality, and the municipality knows that they are well trained. So this is what we wanted to share with you in terms of environmental education in the external, what we call the external sector.
All these different actions are done through the Center for Environmental Resources that was created thanks to the agreement with SICAN. And those actions are led by our environmental engineering program under the support of the two research groups. Finally, that's what I wanted to show you today on the environmental sustainability process in Santander. Any questions? Engineer Richard Caicedo, our agreement manager and director of the Academic Development Office. He will be able to answer your questions. Thank you so much for your attention. Yes, big thanks to you, Natalia. Now, let me introduce Luis Ramos, who teaches at the Higher Education Institute. It is called Leonario Delgado Espinosa from Peru. You have the floor, sir. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Greetings to all the members of the different countries here with us today. I'm Professor Luis Ramos, head of the Well-being and Employability Unit, and we have the Environmental Association participating with us in the same unit. First, let me thank especially the members of SICAN and Pacific Alliance and the participating institutes Without their support, I never would have been able to develop this project on environmental sustainability in our institution. First of all, we created the committee for the environment in our institution. This year, last year, we had two very important activities. One, we reached an agreement in the municipal council. This is in the municipality of Caima. And yes, of Caima. And we have the environment unit, and they are giving us workshops on solid waste management. That's what we were able to do through this agreement. We also implemented different activities with them. Here we have some activities, and this is the result of those workshops. This is the result, the cleaning process, different green areas in the institution. You see the students working here in different units and specialties. As for instance, here we have the steel school, and we have heavy equipment, maintenance. These are two specialties that are involved in this agreement. And one of the most important activities we have had is a special certificate course on recycling of solid wastes and the reduction of the carbon footprint. This is thanks to the support of SICAN and the Pacific Alliance. Our friend Avila also participated in this project. This activity is one of the most important ones because this is for all the schooling community. We have teachers, we have students, administrative personnel, everyone participated, and we've especially invited the Pedro P. Diaz Institute. Very well. Within the activities related to the special certificate course, we held various activities. For instance, we spoke about legislation 27314, recycling, solid waste, liquid waste, thermal treatment of solid residues, and circular economy, carbon footprint, water footprint, and renewable energies, among other topics. Here we have one of the activities almost at the end of this special course, because we did go visit the communities, the recycling plants in the Caima municipality. You see the engineer. They gave us various chats and organized activities within the recycling process. You see the pictures here. These are the most important pictures that I have with me. Well, what about the product, the result of this activity? We now have in mind a personal change. First, it's a personal change. And this has to do with our family, the students, and many times we do not know how to manage a solid waste, right?
And at the same time, we have a policy, which is environmental sustainability policy on recycling of solid waste in our institution. Because in our institution as such, we do recycling and we are managing solid wastes put in the corresponding containers. And we have to do more than just that. The municipality should bring specialists. We should be sitting down with them, and they should be taking the recycling of waste. But in each container, yes, this is not being done yet. We have this policy. This is a major change thanks to the courses we've attended. They have changed our lives. I can assure you of that. And that's what the institution has done. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Luis.
Thank you so much,
Vamos ahora a
Luis.
dar otro aplauso a todos
Now,
nuestros
another round of applause
panelistas de
for
sostenibilidad
our
ambiental.
excellent panelists on environmental sustainability.
Bueno,
Very
ahora,
well.
antes de tomar
Now,
una pausa
before
para almorzar,
a break for
estamos
lunch,
muy orgullosos y
we're so
felices
proud and
de
so
ahora
happy
poder realizar
to
el
now
lanzamiento del
launch
reporte de las políticas
the
y buenas
report
prácticas
on
de sostenibilidad
policies
ambiental
and
de los
good
cuales
practices on
participan
environmental
por la
sustainability for
invitar
countries of the
a
AP.
Israel Ávila
Israel
para
Avila,
informarles que
I will
somos de
give him the
los
floor and he can
hitos grandes que surgieron
present
de
the
este reporte,
major
que fue realmente el
milestones.
fruto de las
This was the
contribuciones de
result
los
of
cuatro
the
países.
contributions of all four
Quiero tomar
countries
esta
of the
ocasión
Pacific
para
Alliance. I want to
agradecer a
use this
todos los
occasion to
socios,
thank all the
a los actores
partners
que
and
contribuyeron
the
a
actors
la
contributing
creación de este
in the
reporte y
creation
el
of this report,
reporte
which
inicial.
is so important. Israel, you have the floor. Thank you, Brigitte. Now, in my previous intervention, I spoke about this product. Well, this is something we've accomplished. This was a goal from the forum to identify policies and good practices in each one of the countries of the Pacific Alliance, and then systematizing everything, all the information we were getting at the end, come up with a product, the launch of this important report. So then we are very happy and grateful for the environmental technical group of Pacific Alliance for their guidance and contribution and such excellent comments. We want to thank everyone involved in the process, people who participated in the documentation of policies and the interviews and the support of everyone for this. One more input, another tool. This is not an imposition. This is simply a tool you can read, consult, and realize and see what each country is doing. Countries of the Pacific Alliance to generate dialogue and exchange of what people are doing in Chile, for instance, protecting the environment, what our Mexican colleagues are doing, and so forth and so on. So this is the product we are now so proud about. So, as I was telling you, at the end of the day, we have 17 policies that came up from the fora, and then accompanying people participating, 5 more, 22 public policies. They're all in this publication. Without further say, once more, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for participating, the members of the Environmental Technical Group, which is the Green Group of the Alliance. We're so proud about this report. Thank you. And to accompany this launching of the publication. We're so happy to invite Miguel Angel, who heads the coordinating unit for international affairs of Semarnat in Mexico. He's with us and he has been supporting us in the launching of this report. Thank you so much. You have the floor, sir. Thank you very, very much. Everyone, good day. I will be brief. I know in some of your countries this is irrelevant and you want to have your lunch to continue working this afternoon. What an honor it is for me to be here in this presentation and the launching of the annual report or the analysis report on public policies and good practices for environmental purposes. This is constant work among the countries in this partnership, but it also groups the agreements we have with other sectors and the understanding we have with civil society, the private sector, and many of the efforts we're now making at the regional level. Before I start with the more institutional part of my presentation, let me recognize two things. The Canadian administration and the people who participated, how heterogeneous the groups are. We have groups of youth, the private sector, government sectors. This is very important for us to have this constant dialogue for the benefit of a healthy environment and also to be able to say those and to include those activities and the activities of other communities. The second thing is that speakers on environmental sustainability have made very important points. Israel spoke about the scope of this sustainability initiative. Claudia from Colombia spoke about the institutional part, how we countries are establishing public policies to reach certain goals, as for instance, the SDGs. And this is something we spoke about, and this has to do with the work we are doing in the Pacific Alliance. Angelica spoke about relevant items, environmental education, how we should take into consideration indigenous peoples, ethnic groups. Our friend from the economy ministry said we have 62 indigenous people. Someone mentioned that 80% of the land in good conservation in our country this is land being managed sustainably by those indigenous community. If you juxtapose the different maps of the indigenous peoples and the good state of conservation of the land, we can clearly and very precisely see how they've used those resources in a very sustainable manner. Now, for us, it is extremely relevant. This is a priority to create synergies in this region. On the other hand, this has to do with something important as the extraction process. You know that the Mexican administration and the mining sector have very clear policy to benefit communities and through the respect and guarantee we have for us to have the right to water and healthy environment with economic growth, which is just, fair, and inclusive. We have to recognize our countries in the Pacific Alliance about inequalities in communities and the challenges that constitutes in the way they have this convergence of activities. We've been sharing good practices. We've identified 22 policies that Israel just mentioned, but especially being able to face up to a very important challenge, going from diagnosis to action, as we colloquially say in Mexico, going from the desk to the territory. This is a very good guide. This is a very good roadmap identifying those possibilities. But then the challenge is, how do we do this? I mean, how do we implement everything? Can we go from the diagnosis to the practical thing, to the practical set of things? And this is very important. Workshops, exercises, considering and taking the populations into account. In Mexico, we believe those results and those lessons will be a beacon, a compass that will allow us to make the best decisions possible.
All I want to do now is thank the Canadian government and SciCan. It seems to be easy to organize this type of 3-day meeting, but it is not an easy task. I want to thank my group for participating in the environmental group and the Pacific Alliance. And I want to thank everyone for maintaining the environmental sector as a partner in all our processes and activities. Let me now make a commercial given the subject matter today, the Natural Resource Environmental Secretariat at 4:30. You can see that later in YouTube. We're going to be presenting geographic system on water and mining in Mexico. This is one of the topics or the activities that has taken so much of our time, especially because we are complementing policies in the report we're presenting. Sorry, I was not as brief as I thought I was going to be, but thank you so much for your time and space. Thank you so much, Miguel. Thank you. We have reached lunchtime. Thank you so much for your attention until now. Lunch will be served in the Matias room. You have 75 minutes for lunch. And just for you to know that in the next 3 days, breakfast, lunch, and dinner Wednesday at 7 p.m. will be taking place in the Matias room, third floor. And of course, to conclude, the environmental sustainability panel, do not forget to take your copy of the report, just as the gender equality report in the mini fair this afternoon. Thank you so much, and bon appetit, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Okay. Entonces, espero que han
So hopefully you had a good, nice lunch. We are very happy to be back with you. Now we'll have panels on Axis 1. Perhaps you remember this morning we talked about the 4 axes of our capitalization process. And this afternoon, we will focus on axis of capitalization that has to do with collaboration and harmonization of the AP region. In a few minutes, we will share a video with you during the capitalization missions of the AP session that they have prepared with our partners in 4 countries, and a little bit more about the axis. That axis in the video that you'll see, you'll see the collaboration work across the 4 countries and implementation of policies and good practices as well. And this axis also includes 2 technical assistances, A071 that aims at the fitting between supply and demand, and also technical assistance A072 on the creation of the regional qualification framework. With no further ado, I want to introduce the first video of the capitalization process on the collaboration and harmonization across AP countries or PA countries. And there are other projects, B01 and B05, and based on the work they have done in Chile and Mexico, it has also contributed to the process. And after the video, you meet the stars, the A01, A022, B01, B05. Thank you. Collaboration and harmonization in the PA region. Dialogue has been essential of the EPPA and has been reflected in each project of technical assistance as well as fora and has been part of the dynamics. I think that emphasis on articulation, on alliances is key and essential. And sometimes cooperation does not underscore some of the stakeholders. In the 6 years, we've been working very closely with EPEPA. We have had successful experiences and has been cherished. It has allowed us to work Chile, Mexico, Colombia, and Peru in transversal items. And while developing capacities, the program helps to harmonize certain frameworks and practices and good experiences of the different countries. And how can they be replicated? And lessons learned. And what can we learn? I think that the most relevant thing is to push the project and involve the different stakeholders and see the, well, I see it like a sharing of experience and adapting. And the consortium that is working on this activity to implement sectorial councils, the one in mining, for example, in Canada, and that is very interesting because there's a model.
That we had was to undertake what is a stakeholder mapping exercise, which to define the extractive sector in each country, and then looking at who are the critical stakeholders with whom they need to engage to have better alignment of skills development.
With the work we are performing and the mapping of stakeholders for the extractive sector in Colombia was successful, and it has been the right thing to do to involve in a technical assistance the Ministry of Mining and Energy, who are leaders of the sector. But it's barely beginning and it's helpful. It has allowed us to see how to map stakeholders who work in the identification process of competencies necessary at the extractive sector, and also the participation of stakeholders in education and work. The Ministry of Education found out areas of opportunity, and also companies approached some areas of the ministry, and therefore they expressed education needs in the mining sector, for instance, and what they expect from graduates from these training courses. There we realized what is it that we need. And as General Director's Office, universities also realized what is it that they have to do to strengthen that liaison with the sector. With energy topics and environmental topics, we have had an opportunity to identify programs, not only of the project, but also in training of the transformation of industries and spaces where the academia and the manufacturing sector had to live side by side. Yes, and topics like diversity, gender, inclusion, and particularly how is it that the productive service sector, can give these sectors.
To increase the engagement of women in the mining sector unsuccessfully. We're really sitting at 15%, whereas Chile has been really successful in increasing the engagement of women. So I really want to hear about that so that I can bring it back to Canada.
It's a new project, and the dynamics that you have is exciting to share, exciting to think about, and motivates you to do things to implement new public policies and take other countries' experiences into account. Yes, and also the capacity of this program to bring together different stakeholders, countries, or ministries. And that is no easy task to coordinate intersectorially the different ministries. And this was done across different areas, cooperation and training sectors. And of course, if you're working in education, you have to consider these aspects and see what they are doing in Chile, in Colombia, for example. We think that intersectoriality is only in the upper levels. However, it is on the field as well, where you have to look for this type of relationships. So for me, this has been great experience, great learning. I think that the involvement of stakeholders in the construction of initiatives is very, very important and will allow for these actions to be pertinent, and the products developed by means of these actions can truly do what the people are needing. Now the A072. Through AP of the Asia Pacific, we were able to encourage and move countries towards an objective. And yes, it has allowed us to have a technical dialogue, particularly to have a regional market so that our young can go from one country to another. Yes, we know that Mexico is having a new framework, and while participating with other countries with a more advanced process already in place, it's important to favor inclusion in education programs. Yes, not everybody knows the detail, and so the knowledge and sharing knowledge, technical knowledge particularly, helps countries to solve a number of circumstances, particularly during implementation. Yes, is to test mobility across countries and transit of people, adjustments of regulations and common catalogs. I think that there's a door that is open, and still we have a way to go. Yes, collaboration is very important. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to achieve objectives. Who would have been the driving force? Well, the incorporation of Sinterfor with Liliana Gonzalez, the consultant that facilitated part of the confirmation of the teams, allowed us to have collection of progresses. Yes, the process has been very, very important because it has allowed us for these countries to look for a tool in order to allow for mobility of people across the region by the recognition of their skills and knowledge. I think that vis-a-vis globalization, it is important to understand the needs of other countries, and that helps us strengthen our own. That has been one of the most important aspects. It is a very, very valuable experience, and I think that it allows us to think about our own realities. I think that the sustainability is quite a bet on having countries to come to agreements in the adopting of these. It should not only be an academic or technical exercise, but truly to have true application. Well, we need to have deliverable, and there is deliverable information that should include agreements with continuity because it has to yield fruits. Now, Access One, conclusions and perspectives towards the future. Well, we have been able to make progress together to find solutions to
emerging challenges and those that we know that call for a solution that is not only local but also regional. And in the dynamics of the work with SICAN, EP, EPAPA, we have been able to work in that direction. Well, I think that it's important because there's a lot of knowledge, and it's important for stakeholders to exchange information. Well, when you put the decision of working in favor of what people needs, there are no obstacles. Not even a pandemic can stand in your way and limit doing things, because we truly want to do, we are willing and do it with love. Well, we are looking for an Pacific Alliance more aimed at the people, and therefore this is a way to be closer to people and understand that from the government we can do that.
Espero que han disfrutado de
Hopefully, you enjoyed the video that truly allows us to listen to the actors of the process. So thank you very much for our stakeholders, and thank you to the team. Now, I would like to have the first panel, that is the one on technical assistance and on sectorial focus and supply and demand. Janica Basu, Sebastián Espanosa, Javier Apaz from Chile, Ladi Moreno Cifuentes from Colombia, Alejandra from Conocer, and from Peru. Please feel free to approach us for your presentation.
Bueno, entonces, muchas gracias a Brigitte para
Thank you very much, Brigitte, for the introduction. Janica Besus, that's my name, from International Projects for College Boreal, and I'm going to introduce the rest of the consortium. Rather, not the consortium, but the panel. From Chile, Sebastián Espinosa, from the Ministry of Education. We also have Javier Ortiz, from Colombia, JD Moreno, from the Ministry of Education. From Peru, Nadia Quintana, working for the Work and Employment. From Mexico, Alexandra from Conocer. So I know that we don't have much time. It was Alexandra Alarcón. And the project of the sectorial model to strengthen the sector is active, and part of the projects that are worked at regional level, sectorial level. And for the project, we have worked with the Canadian Consortium, with Community College of New Brunswick, and with the Council of Human Resources and Mining, represented by Dana Imbo, who's going to present on video because she couldn't be in Mexico. So
I will introduce the project and the structure, and then the rest of the panel will keep on with it. So, in terms of the creation of the project, it was when we had the initial mission and we realized that there was a significant gap between the needs of the private sector for the mining sector and the transformation through the technical institutes. And it's very important in terms of the challenges for the industry because they put a lot of money and time to make sure that the workers have what they need in terms of training and skills. So what we decided to do was to work in three products. One is the mapping of stakeholders. Dana Embo via video is going to talk about that, and that was done by calling all the stakeholders of the mining sector in the 4 countries so that they can discuss the challenges and see what are the best ways to develop a sectorial body for the mining sector.
It was a matter of grouping the people who were more interested in terms of the mining sector and the development of competences in that sector. So all those people, all those groups who needed to work together at the national level, but also regionally. To continue, we worked on a good practice guide based on a human resource council working with the mining industry did in Canada. And this has been there for many years now. All the goals are there, recorded, registered. How can a sectoral body develop? And we're still working on a toolkit, toolbox that shall be concluded before the finishing of the project. Now, this gives you everything we did throughout our work in terms of communication among all sector stakeholders, but nationwide. But not only that, but regionally as well. This is a big challenge, of course. There are so many things that are already integrated. In this case, clearly, the 2 years of the pandemic, but in each context, there are so many changes, political changes as well, that took place in each country. So those changes and the leadership necessary to develop the sectorial work, all that is very important. As you see, we started, we tried to understand, trying to understand needs at the regional level, what to do for this regional dialogue to take place. After that, we mapped stakeholders in the process, and the most important work was done in the last 2 years, because this is really something that needs a lot of collaboration, a lot of direct interaction with the different groups in the project. And We're still working on different tools. We're going to be finishing that. This is for the capitalization in Mexico. And we are working to develop a seal or stamp for mining companies to better integrate women in the mining sector. And we have a mission with PDAC or PDAC, which is the most important mining conference in Canada, the PDAC, which is a very important place for actors in the sector to find other sector professionals to increase this dialogue nationwide. And then Colombia is there. Let me see.
Bien. Acá mejor. Bien. Bien. En esta asistencia técnica.
Technical assistance. There, it was necessary to look at the context to have a sectorial approach. So, what is the situation of each country in the extractive sector? You see here variables. In the workshop we had in Chile, this is what we discussed. We spoke about challenges we share between Peru and Colombia in terms of informality. However, we've been able to move forward incorporating women in the mining sector since most of the countries they have a rate of over 10% in that item. Now, the contribution of the mining sector, this is something you can see here at the level of the labor force they employ. 102,000 workers, maximum 421,000 workers in the mining sector. Why is the context important? That way we can show the importance for the public sector and the private one as well. The need about having those meetings to approach a common need and better articulate and face up to challenges in the labor market, the articulation at the supply and demand level. Now then, one of the first steps of the process is to understand the imbalance between supply and demand of labor, and that way identifying the unique characteristics that are creating this imbalance. As of that point, we start looking for solutions. So my colleague will tell you about the accomplishments we've had. Let me tell you about accomplishments in each country with our counterparts, general ones, technical assistance. Well, first of all, we're able to transfer knowledge and good practices. This is the Canadian Consortium, does this for every country to better articulate formal, non-formal training, and also vis-a-vis the extractive sector. We installed this need between national stakeholders, regional stakeholders, training, jobs, since different countries have different levels of progress in intersectorial dialogues. So each country has different degrees of challenges, but there is no doubt that there's a common challenge for everyone. We also foster dialogue among the different stakeholders for the mapping of the involved parts. This is a very important accomplishment since this is the dialogue that has to do with the technical assistance, with the presence of that. So we're able to do a more complete mapping, more than ever before in each country. The fourth item here, we socialized strategies with a gender perspective, with sustainability in the productive sector and inclusion as well. This is nationwide and regionally. Last one, we were able to link technical assistance with the regional qualifications framework. There was a specific workshop in Canada to look at this relation. There are so many national stakeholders that are common to both projects. So this is something that was quite natural for us to do. Then there's also a benchmark tool for this necessary liaison and articulation. This extractive sector, education institutions, and civil society organizations or other interested organizations. Now, the challenges we face for each country. What we did was to show us improvement opportunities, all those items, so that we could continue with our work. Let me go back to what my colleagues have already said. Work done through technical cooperation among the 4 countries of the Pacific Alliance. We coincided. We have the same opportunities and challenges. However, each country has its very peculiar ways of approaching those challenges. And the Mexican part, one of the opportunities we have is promoting labor competence according to what is required in the sector to increase labor supply according to needs. In Mexico, we have identified statistical data, annual report of the mining sector. We have said, well, we do have the capacity so that we could attend to supply and demand. However, we need those people to have certain skills of the sector. That's why we think this could be an important opportunity. Another one, promoting participation of women in all phases in the mining sector. In recent years, we have seen how increasingly the participation of women is more present. It was a male type of activity, but there's still so much to do on this. We're convinced we can move forward in years to come. Finally, implementing best social environmental practices to reach a more robust sustainability policy. We're all facing this challenge, but progress we can make in our countries and together as part of the Pacific Alliance. This is very important progress we can make. Yes, Colombia, you have the floor, please. Good afternoon. What a pleasure. Opportunities which are the result of the major project for the region. Well, part of the opportunities we have in the mining sector, establishing a sectorial body to articulate higher education institutions, the productive sector, and the government sector. That's the main challenge we face. This is where we have to do to reach this. And another important item, this is something we assessed with Peru at the regional level, is to reduce mining informality in small and medium-sized. Now, something important here has to do with women participating in the mining sector. Progress has been made. However, we think this is a challenge for us to increase the participation of women in a very egalitarian fashion under the conditions that have already been discussed in this forum. Another important item of Colombia being able to quantify labor demand in the productive sector to decide which are the competences required in the sector and to forecast through metrics so that we know exactly how many people are required per occupation right now, midterm and long term, to close gaps of human capital in the sector. Finally, Colombia has a major challenge, being able to prepare the sector towards energy sectors, cleaner, more sustainable energy sources as well. Thank you.
Bien. ¿Qué oportunidades nos deja esta asistencia?
Opportunities we get through technical assistance. For Peru, we have a major opportunity increasing participation of productive sector actors in the extractive sector so that we can have a match between labor and supply and demand, of course. This is an initiative allowing us to look for results with other sectors. So that way we can generate a chain follow-up system. So when the sectors look at the benefits, they are going to be wanting to be part of those initiatives. On the other hand, developing studies to establish needs. I'm talking about immediate needs and also future needs on human factors so that we can design whatever's necessary in our country. Chile, you have the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, what a pleasure to be here. Let me tell you about the Chilean case. These are the opportunities in my country. First of all, it is necessary to strengthen people's experience. We are looking at students and workers. However, we have to remember something. This has to do with lifelong experiences. How can we generate that discussion around improving those definitions and develop concepts that go in line with every individual, not only in the labor world, but also mainly at the definition of a specific person vis-a-vis the person's life. And what about the certification? Well, we have analyzed the situation in Chile. We have to work very hard analyzing how certification acquires value in the company and with workers. And we're talking about necessary and required certification. Third, creating a state coordinating body. In Chile, we do have a body, which is the Mining Council, but that represents big mining projects. It's a private organization. So what we are thinking is having a state body incorporating definitions from big, medium-sized, and small companies, and considering all workers, all men and women working in those industries. Fourth, develop tripartite communication right now. Well, in Chile, this is the only body with tripartite participation. It is quite relevant for workers to also participate in the decisions. We share the experience of a developed country where workers are participating in the process to make decisions, of course, and this is something which is part of this initiative, family cultural training. There are two central pillars here we discussed this morning. One, environmental sustainability, and the other one is gender perspective. The Chilean administration is a feminist administration, so gender issues of the utmost importance for us. We have to move forward. We have to add more women in extractive sector, but also in other sectors. This means moving forward in caregiving policies, and this is very important, and the labor ministry is working on this, but we have to have policies along those lines so that women will not only be in the service sector, but also strategic positions, decision-making posts. And that's why this is very important for the Pacific Alliance. Lastly, developing a common approach in Latin America. In Chile, we have certain definitions. I wanted to convey those in detail. Education as a human right. Well, this is very important. Education is a human right with everyone's participation. And gender issues, how women are participating in the decision-making process, and also the last one, sustainable development. And this has to be a central access for development to set the basis at the level of the Pacific Alliance. Lessons learned, the 5 of them, at the regional level. First, establishing a strategic political discussion. How do we set basic guidelines? We are conversing some of those issues, gender issues, environmental issues. I had already mentioned a few, but it's necessary for us to continue holding this conversation through this project. We're always presenting proposals, but how do we go on to the next stage? Those are the organizations, and this analysis will tell us how urgent it is for us to move forward education as a human rights and gender, environmental protection, and all those very important issues that are part of discussions taking place within the groups. And we have to continue developing those issues. And definition of priority sectors. This one has resources and the install capacity. How each country defines this according to their productive matrix, according to needs of countries. For that, we have to reach an agreement. Which are those priority sectors for us to move forward in a very strategic manner, not only today, but also in the tomorrow, in the future. Now, the next one has to do with the need of establishing an articulating body, defining this relationship between training and employment, not only the private sector, but for this to be permeated in public-private relations. This has to do with collaboration for us to get countries getting together and labor formation. This is very important. We're quite concerned about it. We have to see how we identify cultural needs. When we're talking about future needs, we're talking about years ahead and needs of the world in terms of training, but also in terms of the labor world. And we have to have a meeting point between those two phenomenon. I think, well, we have many countries that are sharing their experience with us, and this is very important. We have different experiences. We have to share and thus be able to establish meeting points so as not to be replicating experiences, but to look for synergies. That's very important. Finally, work plan for the Pacific Alliance. This has to do with not only working through technical assistance. The countries of Pacific Alliance should have a roadmap thinking 10, 15, 20 years from now on everything we're discussing here today. How do we create an articulating body? What is the mission of each one of the countries in terms of political strategic alignment? Which are the productive sectors? So we should sit down, hold a dialogue until we find the meeting point. To conclude, there's a video. Dani Ambo, who is the director of the Human Resource Center for Mining Canada. She has the floor, please.
Very pleased to be speaking with you, even if it is virtually. For the Mining Industry Human Resources Council, participating in this project allowed us to examine the effectiveness of the sectoral approach in addressing workforce and skills development challenges in a variety of contexts, and also to learn from the approaches being implemented in each of the 4 countries of the Pacific Alliance. It was acknowledged at the beginning of the project that each of the 4 countries, including Canada, were at different stages of establishing and implementing a sectorial model, and therefore the starting point was to undertake a stakeholder mapping exercise with each country independently. The focus of this exercise was to identify, explore, and understand the existing stakeholder relations and make recommendations on where relationships needed to be enhanced or even built to ensure stronger success of the sectorial approach to skills development. A secondary goal of this activity was to identify an organization that was well positioned to sit in the middle of the stakeholder map and take on the important role of leading and coordinating the implementation of the sectorial approach in each country. Critical stakeholders will change over time, and therefore the identification of critical stakeholders and relationship building is a continuous process that needs to be revisited regularly. A deep analysis and understanding of the stakeholder relationships and ensuring the right stakeholders in your work will greatly influence the ongoing success of your sectorial approach to skills development. One of the key findings from the stakeholder analysis work was the need for stronger relationships between the three critical partners, being government, education, and the private sector or employers. Skills development is best achieved through this three-way partnership. In the mining sector in Canada, our work is completely focused on building these partnerships and recognizing the important role each partner plays in the success of workforce development. I hope that we can continue to share best practices and experience and learn from each other. Understanding the critical labor market and workforce challenges is the foundation for building and implementing a sectoral approach. The sectoral approach assumes that workforce recruitment, engagement, and skills development challenges are similar for all stakeholders in a particular sector. It presumes that the workforce programs, tools, and solutions developed to address the labor market challenges will benefit the majority of the stakeholders in that sector. A Pacific Alliance workshop was hosted in Chile, at which each country engaged in a facilitated and interactive process to identify the key labor market challenges in each country. Although the primary objective of the workshop was to clearly understand the priority labor market issues in each country, a secondary objective was to identify where the four countries were facing common or overlapping labor market challenges. The workshop participants actively engaged and came together to identify the common labor market challenges they wish to address, and established a short and medium-term work plan and identified the critical actions that needed to be undertaken for them to work as an alliance. I feel this was a significant result of the workshop. The process of building the guide of best practices was a particularly reflective, informative, and necessary initiative for me personally. I was able to explore and reflect on the do's and don'ts of Canada's sectoral journey and reflect on why Canada implemented our model. The process validated that in Canada, it remains an effective and successful solution to skills development to this day. I believe this project has allowed all partners with an opportunity to share their best practices and learn from each other. Each country, including Canada, is at different stages of success and implementation of the sectoral approach. The guide contains a compendium of best practices, tools, and programs that exist in all countries at a point in time. However, the sectoral approach to skills development will continue to evolve and advance, and therefore there will be a need moving forward to revisit the guide to ensure it remains relevant and current. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias al consorcio.
Thank you so much, consortium. Thank you so much for the technical assistance consortium. A round of applause, please, for the entire team. Thank you. Now, I want to invite technical assistance. This is the group in the partnership working on regional qualification frameworks. I want to invite Sebastián Espinosa Farias, specialist, the Ministry of Education of Chile, please. He will be talking about policy. Yadi Olivar Caballero Cruz, coordinator of the Quality Improvement Group and also relevance, and she works for the Education Ministry of Colombia. Rosalia Antonia Davila, who specializes in qualification framework, and she works for the Peruvian Education Ministry. Gaby Mesa, qualification expert, Ministry of and the specialist on qualifications of the Public Education Ministry of Mexico. And finally, Liliana Gonzalez Avila, who's an outside consultant specialist on qualifications of ILO, and Mr. Jastor, international projects of the College of Mercy. Thank you. Welcome to this new chapter of technical assistance. You have the floor, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget, for the introduction. Good afternoon, all of you, and thank you for your participation. I am honored to present technical assistance A02.2 and results achieved. A07.2 is made up by a consortium of Canadian college, two technical institutes located at the metropolitan area of Montreal. And we have worked with a RIMCAP, that is the network of specialists of qualifications of the PA. We have specialists and our consultant from the World Labor Organization Center for this regional tool. For those of you who do not know what a qualification framework is, it is an instrument that allows to assign qualifications at different levels, therefore comparing them. And this tool allows, on the one hand, to promote student mobility and work mobility, and on the other hand, certain socioeconomic resilience of people vis-a-vis migration movements observed in the PA region. Now, technical assistance has been working in the past 2 years on 4 subproducts or deliverables. First, we've worked on a report called A Look Towards Qualifications of the PA, and that is how to get acquainted with certification systems as well as certification frameworks that already exist in the PA countries. For instance, in Chile, there is a sectorial framework. In Colombia, Peru, and Mexico, they have a national framework. Now, secondly, we have organized a first round of work tables in order to talk about the different mechanisms to ensure quality across the different countries of the alliance in order to generate trust. And with the support provided by the Inter-American Center for the Development of Knowledge and Professional Information, we have worked on the definition of a regional qualification framework. That is the scope, criteria of correlation, and description principles, and the document that you can download at our kiosk that has all the results. And the fourth deliverable of our technical assistance, that is the application of the regional framework in the tourism sector with qualifications across the 4 countries of the alliance. And lessons learned of this technical assistance, and as project coordinator, I can tell you that it's not easy to coordinate 4 ministries of education, and you need to be very, very rigorous in terms of coordination. Therefore, I want to thank Nestor Suarez, technical secretary of the network, because it would have been possible without him. So now I will ask my Mexican colleagues to proceed with the presentation.
Hola, muy buenas tardes.
Hello, and on behalf of the Ministry of Public Education in Mexico, we are very happy to be with you in this very important event and be part of this technical assistance A0702 for the regional qualification framework. First of all, I would like to talk about the experience, the objectives for the creation of the qualification framework. And for the qualification framework of the Alliance allows us to see the project, and in order to see a broad list, in order to see CINE
And in this context, in order to see the scope of the 8 levels of qualifications of the education sector and the labor sector with knowledge and capacities, autonomy and responsibility, undoubtedly has been a commonplace to have a roadmap in order to see and correlate what we are doing. The tables we've had have allowed us to have better understanding of our internal works across the different countries of the alliance. And it has allowed us to see how is it that our colleagues can work across the region, and we've had an opportunity to work in there. And in the project, we have been able to set differences and similarities across the different qualifications frameworks. And that allowed us to find a roadmap to set general criteria in order to see the qualification market. And therefore, we have seen different levels, different dimensions, and therefore we can see in the document of the qualification and the roadmap for implementation. This experience or this work is unprecedented for us in Mexico. Therefore, we can say that the regional framework for qualification is going to give us an opportunity to see how is it that we're going to be moving, and considering that there's going to be mobility, of course. Now, internally, in the regional qualification framework, we can say that our work with the representatives from the rest of the countries has allowed us to see that our national education system fits or is correctly with respect to the normalized framework. And we can see that we are well aligned to the 8 levels with respect to knowledge, skills, and competencies. And therefore, even though we don't all have the same qualification, we can say that it was possible to work with the other countries. Therefore, the exchange of information allowed us to set linkages and to have a closer relationship with the labor and education sectors. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. As David Mesa said, this possibility it was unprecedented for us because being reflected vis-a-vis international reference and have this experience with member countries has been very enriching because, well, it is like a white paper, like a writer, and having an international reference, knowing that national frameworks are aligned and are correlated, then we feel encouraged in order to acknowledge and embrace the challenge of having citizens of member countries moving in the academic and in the labor sectors with a letter that can be acknowledged by all countries. So what have we learned? We have learned that it is important to have information with respect to the different national qualification frameworks and see progress made. We know that there are some countries that are far ahead. They encourage those of us who are barely building our frameworks to move forward and to have a clear route in order to make acknowledgement possible across the world for our citizens. Now, identify the relevance of objectivity with the regional qualification market. That is very, very important because if we are objective, if employers and institutions acknowledge that objectivity while acknowledging our regional framework. Likewise, to use tools to compare the national frameworks, and that is
to have these roadmap, and that will not suffice because we all have to use specific tools in order to make comparisons across frameworks and also to create a common language and define adjustments for greater comparability across the different national frameworks, because that has been one of the great challenges worldwide, that is not to have a common language, even in the definition of something that might be obvious, which is like titles, like diplomas, and sometimes these degrees don't have the same name, and therefore it is important to have a point of reference in order to contribute to regional mobility. Now, these correlation criteria have to do with the 8 aspects that have to do with defined governance, and that is what we have to take care of: institutionality of the regional framework and national frameworks, of course, in order to acknowledge them, as I said, as an academic and employability level. We need to be clear that these what are the results that we want at each level and build the qualifications, which is no easy task. And therefore, to identify them at a national level, international level, of course, they are both challenging, but we can do it. Of course, we need to have different characteristics and in order to see the regional framework. There should be mechanisms, and of course, there is no minor task, and so that this framework can be dynamic and to make each acknowledgement mechanisms. And we also intend to create a platform or system of information with the necessary qualifications in order to see all member states taking part, and a correlation of learning frameworks, of course, with regional frameworks, and an alignment that will allow us to move in that direction. And we have our progress made, and these are our 8 levels of regional qualification framework, and that can be found in an international reference, and we see that Chile, Mexico, Colombia, and Peru have identified in this different level that go from 1 to 8, and at a school level, and 1 can be primary, number 2 secondary, and then secondary and tertiary education, then tertiary education, then tertiary education, and as bachelor's. And of course, I am not intending to give a denomination that we might give as an example, and then we have master's and of course PhD, and it's only the name, and of course with great complexity and the correlation. And imagine how complex it is at a educational level. And of course, it is a challenge, but it's not impossible. So this is our framework. This is what we've done. And as we said before, it is an unprecedented experience to be able and in order to develop with more and more contributions, and of course to have progress made in order to keep on applying, in order to work on the notion of achieving mobility among workers and students. Thank you. Thank you and welcome everybody. I want to share with you that we are working from Colombia, working in this framework. And we have been working for the past 10 years, but in the past 18 months, we have been doing a lot across the country, and therefore it is very important. And what we did with Peru and Chile, and to work, as Leticia said, some similarities because we are quite different. Now, the process started on working on some technical agreements, and in order to achieve or reach certain agreements, and in order to see and then try to find a sector with which we can have an initial exercise, and trying to find the correlations where we can actually find similarities. That is how we did, and then the promotion of the use of such qualifications in the sector that was the tourist sector. That was the one we were working on. It is important to mention that this was an initial approach. However, it cannot be understood as a catalog of qualifications, but rather an approach, initial approach. Then we worked on trying to find a beneficiary population, and then we have taken steps, of course, but we still have a long way to go, because this roadmap that was presented by Simon and our mini fair is actually an exercise of a lot of time and many sessions. And it is important to mention that it is actually a challenge, and it is important to implement the roadmap, as well as priorities at all levels. So what we've done along is to learn is to identify that in spite of having qualifications across the different countries, and even though they have different degrees of progress, it is important, however, to move forward in the consolidation of a qualification framework at a regional level for education mobility, and of course labor mobility across the 4 countries, and that it is also very important to have the involvement of all the stakeholders of a sector of the economy. That is not only the economic sector, but also the academia, the labor, etc., because with consensus we can reach collectively. It is important to understand that the relevance of information systems for qualifications is relevant. Therefore, we can leave a record of what we are doing. And last but not least, also, it is very, very important to say that it is important to see how we will move forward in this process, because we have to move in the alliance of the Pacific Alliance, so that the regional framework is a reality, and then take it to the regional level of qualifications, and then to our national levels and the sectorial level. And then in Colombia, I want to thank all that have worked us and have been with us in these long sessions. Liliana, who has been very, very close to us. And I want to thank the team that for 1.5 years has been working in this exercise, but who could not be here. But it's important to acknowledge their hard work. And Álvaro Jaramillo, Adriana Mora, Yadira. That has been very important. Now, of course, what has been learned derived from interaction today is the Education Day, and based on that, we are here talking about and reflecting upon education. That is important to build these bridges and to understand what is it that we want around education and training, and that is important to really move forward the projects that we are developing. Another thing important to consider is that each country has different degrees of development. Colombia has a national qualification system with 8 levels. Chile has a partial framework for technical professional. And we want to talk about the next levels. And we have other countries that are making progress to create their framework. In this regard, the collaboration of SECAN is important in order to open the conversation. And that is how we open a regional view. And therefore, we can. It is important also to talk about definitions, and by means of the regional qualification framework, we can set the pace towards the future. Some of the impacts of this is to move forward in sectorial progress, and that comes from the productive centers based on the needs, and that gives rise to pertinence to linkages between training and employment, and therefore, based on these, we also move forward in this sector, and each country has different levels or degrees of progress. Now, of course, what we have learned with respect to education and information. And another topic that is going on internationally is how is it that there is a discussion from going human capital to capacities. The latter, of course, talks about people, but also their career, not only in terms of the professional environment, but also in terms of their personal life. Therefore, it is important to have that discussion. Now, greater alignment with quality assurance systems, and we were able to understand how was quality ensured, and we found points in common and opportunities, but we can still strengthen and improve. And last but not least, education mobility and labor mobility across countries. The PA generates mobility, we know that, and by means of this framework, we can work on that. And how do we acknowledge qualifications across countries in order to foster mobility? Well, that is very important in order to achieve acknowledgement and for people to perform in activities that have to do with what they do professionally. Now, the assumptions is that there is an existence of agreements across countries. We believe that there has to be a regional framework. And if you observe Europe, Europe has a regional framework, and the experience shows. And how is it that we are making progress in the regional view? We also have to come to agreements in terms of governance, and that is very important in order to have a version 2. How do we decide what are qualifications, training, employment, and move forward with mobility? That is very important. And of course, make resources ability by means of collaboration for us to meet. And we're wrapping up in next March. What will come next? Of course, in a second project, you can move forward. You can go in education as a right, and environmental sustainability, gender, and sustainable development. That is very, very important. Now, learning lessons. Acknowledge the relevance of the integrated framework, have feedback with respect to collaboration. I think that Sinterfor with Liliana, Fernando Vargas is very important to have a point of encounter, and of course, the experience of consultants working in Europe in order for us to understand what are points in common and also opportunities for future development, also to have a collective view and to look forward to the future and to understand which are the definitions or the needs of the region. And lastly, to see the relevance of interaction of countries for the future. It is very important to understand that at PA and countries, we need to set a roadmap, as we said, not only aligned with technical assistance, but also in future developments. we need to set definitions. That is very, very important, and in order to have a better life for our citizens. Thank you. Thank you very much. There was a team, and we have our colleagues from Peru, and as other countries have been highly committed, if we were to see how can we make this tool come true, and there is a tool of equitability, and we need acknowledgement. And it is important to see what comes next in this process. As Sebastian was saying, we have to generate governance that is strategic for the Pacific Alliance in order to make necessary projects. And of course, we need a roadmap in order to understand how this can be a reality for a person who wishes to work in Mexico, if that person is from Chile, and so forth. And so it is very important for this document. There is another document that is the basic structure, and that is national and regional, and has we've done this at a technical level, and now the instances of the Pacific Alliance and the governance should acknowledge the document so that it can be used by the different countries. Now, during the process, as Leticia was saying, there was a definition in order to correlate the frameworks. What is about generating? It was great in order to have a correlation report. That was what they did in Europe, and that is what they did in the European qualification framework. And this project allowed for each of the countries to prepare a correlation report. And once that we can do this, then this document can submit these reports of correlation that are very, very useful, and that will be the baseline for the countries of the Pacific Alliance when the process began. That is a key element. Therefore, we want to invite the stakeholders at different levels and the decision makers and from Pacific Alliance, for them to promote this exercise to be a tool to be adopted. And it would be terrible if we were to do this exercise again. Let's start from this, and it is important to see that World Labor Organization and Center Forward with the discussion on the local framework. Therefore, it has been progress made, of course, this exercise, of course, and we hope that from the Pacific Alliance, we will have an initiative in order to have a framework of regional qualifications. Another thing that is important, as Yadi was saying, is that we have a sectorial application from the framework, that we have a qualification framework. Each country has its own, and then the importance of the framework is to have better acknowledgement as those that are formal, that those are diplomas, and convalidation and others that are very important. The idea of the framework is to generate qualification as reference for the programs of the different countries. And what we are doing is to have analysis exercises in order to see which are the equivalences in order to have the different countries. We have a roadmap to talk about the different sectors and in order to have this type of equivalences across qualifications. And countries have their own framework of activities, and so they should also be part of a regional framework included in their agenda, and also to prepare joint processes, that is countries that do not have qualifications like Mexico and Peru, but that already have a framework in order to acknowledge qualifications that are already in Chile or Colombia, that and uh, shared population frameworks can be prepared, and the design of the information system for qualifications so that people and those who offer educate and those that require education can have access, and also to promote the use of qualifications. As I said, this is that we have a structure and then how it is applied in the region. And the next step is to acknowledge equivalencies in qualifications and then reach stakeholders. On the one part, those that offer education and that have certain qualifications with which you can prepare programs that are far-reaching and that will have acknowledgement across the region, and of course employers who can acknowledge and those who are in the in this, and the migratory authorities in order to see what is the possibility of acknowledging learning, and also community in general, because I said this is a very powerful tool for inclusion and equity. And lastly, it is important to remember, as Simon said, this is an international movement. We're talking about the qualification frameworks like Australia, like the United Kingdom have been around for 30 years, and we are barely beginning. So only through our strength and joint effort, we will be able to have a regional qualification network that is sound. Therefore, we have to move forward with necessary references and aiming at involving other countries of the region who are also moving forward, like the Dominican Republic and Costa Rica. So thank you for this great work.
Thank you so much, technical assistance, for this excellent presentation. Now, I want to invite to the podium the 01 Gender Initiative in the Extractive Sector, Claudia Roman, Director of Antofagasta, Claudette Manriquez, Head of Student Affairs, SEDUC, and Angelica Murillo, Nova Scotia Community College Coordinator of B01. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Claudia Roman, Director from Chile, the Antofagasta region. Let me start out by thanking everyone for this opportunity to present good practices. I believe that has a tremendous gain for all the countries that are here today. I wanted to also thank SICAN, and we started this in 2017, choosing the partnerships. Remember that we've been on this for about 6 years. More than good practices, we also have made good friends. I think that has tremendous value. Sincerely, thank you, SICAN, and everyone, all the colleges that have been with us all these years. Thank you so much. My presentation, do you have it, please? Let's wait a minute for the presentation. Thank you. Shall we dance? Not sing, dance better. Very well. Let's buy time here. The first slides have to do with my organization. We train highly skilled technicians for demand of regions in my country, Chile. We have about 8,000 graduates right now, 5,600 students throughout Chile. As you know, we have a very long country, and right now we have 5 venues. We are located in areas where we can contribute to student mobility and improve people's quality of life. We're in Antofagasta, in Coquimbo, in Choapa, in Lebus, in Hualpe, and the next venue is Chiloé. So we're so proud for being able to contribute to human capital in my country to increase competence in that sector. Within the axis we are working with, let me show you 3 of them. What we did in communication, in gender policies, and training. I will now tell you about what we did in communications, mainly on being able to empower women to study those traditionally male careers. So we launched a communication campaign to boost our work. More than just boosting the project, we wanted not to lose sight of the need to grow percentage-wise the number of women participating and the demand of the sector. We knew we had to start working in early ages. Today, we're doing a reconversion, but we do need strong policies, and we're working with the ministry, starting with early age girls to study those masculine careers. And let me also tell you that we were able to bring our students. We have 2 representatives of students. Yes, here they are. They're mining, plant operation, and heavy equipment and machinery. They are here with us today. They are a clear demonstration that you can work in this area. They have overcome different barriers. They can tell you about their experience, but yes, we can do it, and they are here with us today. And the other initiative we are working on is something that my colleague also mentioned. The program we're working on it was mentioned this morning. It was a tremendously powerful partnership, a group of women fostering women's incorporation in the masculine environment we have in Chile. I'm a woman, I'm a technician, creating capsules to foster in schools participation of women in highly male careers. What I'm telling you about this is an NGO created in 2015. Our representative was going to come, but she couldn't make it. And we have women, most of them professionals in different areas, super powerful in Chile. They are directly working with colleges, with higher education to foster incorporation of women in the labor world. So the issues we discussed, you see them right there. They have to do with super important aspects for women to develop in a very positive manner in the labor environment, It has to do with personal life, jobs and personal life. We are the area of minor workers, so we have 20% of the mining extraction is done in our region. So it's important for women to be aware of the fact that in spite of difficulties, they can work and they can have technical training and impact on the mining sector, stereotype of mining and the industry and parental activities. Let me show you some of the spots we prepared. Yeah, for the end? Okay. So I can move forward, yes. I will give the floor to my colleague, Claudette. Claudette, General Policies, please go ahead. Very well. As I was telling you in the previous session, here I will be telling you about the results. What happened for us to continue working within the different stages, the most important milestones. I spoke about training, audits, the campaign as well, what Claudia just mentioned, focal groups, the report, suggestions on those activities, collaborative development, a gender proposal for policies, of course, and also results according to the different actions and concepts of the action plan development of a gender equity policy through the institution, of course. Here, let me show you in numbers the amount of people participating in the initial diagnosis, 149 participants, 47% women, 48% as men, and 5% didn't measure the gender. And this is a result, and this is the initial diagnosis. Within the diagnosis, we have a report with details of the diagnosis, and it was also seen by the team with the committee we worked with and the focal groups. And here you see the amount of people, 30 participants, 18 women, 12 men. And we have this very good activity. We could look at recommendation of groups participating within those focus groups. And we have the 5 venues participating. And no? And that allowed us to move forward on this with the institutional level. And we also have this right here. We see actions done before. We have the result, which is developing a gender equality policy, which was done in 4 fundamental pillars. Those pillars have integrity, diversity, equality, and inclusion. That's the first one, the first fundamental pillar. The second one has professional development with equitable focus and participation and communicational support within the components of responsibility, organizational culture, and technical capacity. This plan where we were working on the policy for development we're working on. All those pillars have different objectives, actions, and indicators. And there we can work as we move forward in each one of the actions to also measure those activities and to do follow-up of those activities and make them visible with the team and the institution. That's all. Thank you on my part. Angélica. Yes. Let me tell you about what we did with the institution, referring to gender equality. Those, well, I'll go very fast on this because my colleagues have already mentioned it. And we did some training courses that were quite specific for certain groups. For instance, specifically with the gender committee, we were working on Gender 101. This is linked to the SDGs. And 102 has to do with materializing them in terms of technical, technological education systems. And we did some initial training sessions in masculinities. And then after that, CCAN went into greater detail. Ours was a shorter seminar, hegemonic masculinity. How can men from their role also contribute to gender equality? What my colleague was saying, it's not just working among women, it's a matter of working all of us together. Very well. We also had gender audit training. Audits do not have to judging anything. They are a tool for us to see exactly where we are at institutionally to continue working. And then for teachers, this is teachers and gender perspective. How do teachers integrate gender perspective in their sessions, in their classes? Equity, diversity, and inclusion. How do we integrate those three in our classes as well? And we also had a short course on entrepreneurial women. And this is very specific. That's what we call the specific intervention, specifically develop our curricular for entrepreneurship for women. So what we did with this action was, this was joint work between the Canadian colleges and us in Antofagasta. What we did was say, well, how can we help a group of women in their lives? We realized a lot of those women are entrepreneurs. So how do we give them tools for them to improve in their entrepreneurship? So what we did, and I want to thank Niagara College because they went all the way to Antofagasta to gather information on those women's needs. They identified needs that were quite specific for time management, accounting, management, social media, business plans, finances, and IT systems. Well, we found as well, people were afraid. They were afraid. They thought, if I start my entrepreneurship project, then how do I approach the client? How do I start my project if I don't have good initial funding for it? How can I start managing my time? How do I put my products and services in the social media? So we started finding all those things, all those fears, and we looked in everything in a short entrepreneurship project. And then you see, we have synchronic, asynchronic schedules. Why? These are working people, people who work at in the places where they live, and they develop this capabilities. So we really have to adjust to that. And the institution was also recommended to look into the possibility of getting mentorships so that women accessing this type of project can go to someone who's already done that and see, well, if I have this challenge, how can I face up to it? So I saw this, what did you do at the beginning of your process? And finally, well, you know this is something we've already mentioned. We also had the masculinity course, which was even more in-depth. We did it with colleges as Institutes Canada and another organization here. Pandas, yes, where on the Chilean side, we had the participation of teachers, 42, administrative, 12 teachers, 35 men, 18 women. And there we discussed, sorry, the issues, gender perspective, hegemonic masculinities, management and alternative masculinities, emotion management, health, and self-care, and peace building measures. Well, that's what we try to discuss and offer at the Consortium of Colleges from Canada. Now let me go back because in communications we had prepared a video of the videos we prepared. We want to thank our colleagues here because we were able to work together to develop those videos. Can we show them, please? I'm Perla. I do production calculation in a mining company. I like to travel. I like to, be on my bicycle. I like to cycle and I work 4 days. I rest 3 days. I travel with friends. I can be with my family. I can do sports whenever I'm resting. I forget about work. I work in mining and I can rest. Unlike my brother who works in retail, he only gets 1 day off. Imagine just 1 day off. My goodness, I say, well, I can be with my family. I can stay at home, see my friends, and really have a fun time. I can go cycling all over the place, and I even took a holiday. This is tremendous satisfaction. I can travel, I can have my hobbies, and I can do it this way. So I'm really happy. Looking for a husband, going to university just to look for a husband, this doesn't happen anymore. The production calculation depends on me and the different teams and managing companies. I do the management and I do assessment and other people. Mining is for you. So be bold and do things. This is one of the 10 videos, short videos done. Thanks to our colleagues. And we are promoting this in our country so that more people can access the labor world, where Chile right now has important ranges, percentages where we have to grow. So those practices are really going to help us. That's my presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much for the B01 project. Now our last panel of the day. After that, a break. The mini fair after that. So we are going to be in an interaction in the group. So then, I want to invite the B05 project. They're going to be talking about leadership and change management. Please, William Enrique, Niagara College, Cecilia Rodriguez, State Director of Campeche, Jose del Carmen Diaz, Dean of UTECA, and Antonia Dominguez, Director of CONLAB Ciudad del Carmen. Thank you so much for being here. You have the floor. Thank you. Very well. First of all, I want to thank everyone, all of you, and my colleagues, our friend Celia from Campeche couldn't be with us today. However, I do want to invite you to do something here, if you don't mind. Could you stand up, all of you, just for a minute? Stand up, please. Yes, if you, yes, you all have, everyone, please stand up. Well, just stand up and find the person closest to you. I'm inviting you to do two things: to have physical contact and to say welcome with a smile. I'm not asking much of you. The person behind you or behind you, 30 seconds, smile at the person next to you, the person closest to you, I mean. Smile. I'm seeing some that are not doing this. I'm seeing you. Yes. 20 seconds. Make sure you're not missing anyone. Richard, I'm seeing you. I'm looking at you. Yes, I'm catching you, Richard. Please sit down. My colleagues here, you can also sit down. Thank you. I want to do something before giving the microphone to my colleagues. Let us look at how important it is to know how to mobilize ourselves. We're going to be talking about leadership for management. How can you manage changes if you're not aware of the person next to you, mobilizing and connecting with that person that's so close, and a little bit empathy, at least a smile. And changes also imply building those bridges, connecting with others, recognizing their need, understanding how it is that they're seeing things and what they feel about those things they're seeing. Now, the B05, well, who are they? Marine Institute leading this consortium, and our colleague could not make it. And we also have the new president or dean of the Technological University of Campeche and the Ciudad del Carmen director, yes, CONALEP, Ciudad del Carmen. What am I getting at with all this? Well, we see ourselves when we were working in applied research areas, we see ourselves, we thought how to give people additional tools. And for that, what we were thinking, well, what if perhaps we could think of training, project leadership, risk management, and also management of emotions under stress, management of gender and social inclusion. How can we do that? So we thought of inviting, and this is something, that's why I really want to share this story. B05 spoke to B04 Colombia, and we said, let us use this space. And we talked to SICAM because change management through channels for change means calling other people, inviting other people. But this was also talking to SICAN, telling them this is what we want to do. And SICAN said yes, and I want to be part of it. The result of this first moment was, the results were very interesting. And it was a matter of creating 4 training modules and then a forum. Many of you, I have you right here, university people, our colleagues who participated with key questions and with best practices, because the problem of change management is not just learning the 8 steps and how can we understand each other in recognizing our friends that are in the same process. From that vision, we invited other institutions, and Peru got on board. Some other institutions also participated. Teresa, who's sitting there, Claudette also spoke. So we started hearing from different colleagues of different places. I don't want to tire you, but the first step is for us to understand how we wanted to share this experience this training experience, and then later saying we have to recognize the possibility of partnering up. I mean, first we heard about practice, right? Well, for us, it was vital for all the other colleagues. We had like 200 people in the forum register for that. That's what they were listening to good practices and listening to challenges, everyday challenges we all face. With this, I want to invite all of you and your good disposal to mobilize. And now let us give the floor to our colleagues who are going to be sharing their experience. Thank you so much for your attention.
Hola, buenas tardes a todas y a todos.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Mi nombre es José del Carmen.
I'm José del Carmen Martínez, together with Professor Antonia Dominguez, Director of CONALEP. We're going to be discussing these following issues. We greet our friends from Chile. We were there for a few days, beautiful city, and they were just so kind to us, so hospitable, and our friends from Peru, Canadian friends. Hello, everyone, and our fellow men here in Mexico. Well, I want to greet the public sector, private sector, and various institutions that are in this medium. Now, let me tell you that as partner of this project, I want to enormously thank as director of UTECAM for you having invited us to participate in this important project. What a wonderful experience. And let me also tell you, we worked on two platforms. The first one was leadership for change management. And then the other one was actual training sessions, exchanging experiences and knowledge with various countries of the Alliance to share skills, leadership for change. We had courses that were of great benefit for people working at the university level and CONALEP as well. I remember four project leadership, risk management, stress management, gender, and social inclusion. And the result of all this was a research center according to needs of the industry in our region. And in the second item of exchange of experiences and knowledge, we strengthened educational development, communication, cooperation, among other activities. The retrospective or hindsight and the prospective vision as well was strengthened for leadership for change in coming years in Ciudad del Carmen and the state of Campeche. And we also looked at the transition we are going through. Let me now mention something here, 5 items that we were able to conceptualize, 5 items that were very important for us throughout the project. And here we have in the presentation, the first item has to do with integration of institutions. Really, we formalized and took advantage of agreements
with public institutions and private institutions as well, and where benefits were maximized for the university community, the industry, with strategic alliances. Likewise, globalization and internationalization gave us a number of new horizons with teachers and with exchanges with national and international institutions and resolution of problems and solutions. Item number 3, that has to do with connections, basically services offered to the oil industry by means of applied research with benefits, economic benefits, and also the satisfaction of being linked to the industry. Of course, here, what we are doing here is create this based on the Alliance of the Pacific. And together with the CONALEP, it is a very interesting symbiosis where they conduct welding and we conduct necessary reviews, and also working with the sector. Now, in the vision, of course, we see sustainability, and this is very, very important. It is important to mention the role in order to give or take benefits to where we are, all taking care of the environment at all times. And so we have a program called Mapaches Conscientes, and also recycling, and to incentivize the younger people to have additional gains, and also CONALEP. And we have to take into account sustainability. Likewise, integration. It is very important to mention that we created blocks of institutions in order to strengthen exchanges of knowledge and also strengthen the services to the industry. And the key example is CONALEP Ciudad del Carmen. And also to deal with the challenges of the industry and labor necessary in that sector. Now, with respect to challenges, I was talking to the people who are with me, and in the beginning, there was reluctancy to change because we didn't know where we were heading, a new experience, and getting involved in the process, and that was a challenge, and also involving personnel for a collaborative work, and it's not that easy. Something that we had to deal with, and Professor Manriquez is a witness of it, is that we don't have a very good organization of our activities. We have many activities, and in spite of all of that, we had to, of course, meet the demands of the B05 project. In the industrial sector, we dealt with challenges, and we realized that the area of opportunity was non-destructive tests, and that is where the Center for Business and Research. We also found out that there are companies with many, many years in the market with state-of-the-art technology, and this led us to reinforce service and the research center to be spearhead. And the pandemic was a challenge for everybody. And we were working, and at the end of the day, pertinent progress was made. Therefore, technology was more friendly, or friendlier. During the COVID, technology was very, very important. our best friend, actually. We couldn't move forward without digital systems and digital communication systems, and we had to adapt to this new modality of working using digital platforms. And therefore, in order to wrap up my presentation, in terms of experience, and here there were some stereotypes that were brought down.
Fue muy sustancial esta capacitación, liderazgo sin duda alguna, la soldadura, la investigación aplicada. La mejor
And applied research.
hemos entendido que hacer las cosas cada día de mejor manera nos dará mejor resultado, tanto para nuestros
And therefore, results will yield better results for our graduates and for the industry.
Puedo avanzar en testimonio ya para concluir.
In order to wrap up, I believe that leadership in in change management fostered by the Pacific Alliance for B05 UTECAM CONALEP
Los puentes de diálogo, el intercambio, la cooperación, el desarrollo
for cooperation and betting for the common good. Now, change management leaves us practical understanding of necessary transformation, acknowledging our opportunities and areas we can strengthen. Therefore, I wish to thank ASICAM because it has been a fascinating challenge, experience, and of course, of achievements.
Muy buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Antonia Dominguez Hernandez. I am director of the CONALEP campus. First of all, our director general wishes to tell you that she had to leave the session and she apologizes. And here we are talking about how we've been working with the PA and our Canadian partners. Now, the project that we have talks about the welding center in the past, and of which we have been highly benefited because that it has allowed us to move forward and to have gender inclusion. And therefore, in our participation, we've had projects in order to set the pace for change. And since we are in a world in which gender equality was different, used to be different. And well, with respect to the EPA program of the PA, we see the challenges. Myself at the CONALEP campus has been working with the PA for 4 years already, and in this project, and therefore we have been working for a year already. Now, for the Pacific Alliance program, we had groups, and that is to have alliances in the same way with the different institutions covering our entity. And we have an agreement with UTECAN, with Rector Jose del Carmen, and we are working on very interesting projects in order to have the continuous improvement on what we've learned from our Canadian partners. We have worked in technical development, that is technical labor, in order to educate students with better education, in order for them to work in the business and education sector. And we have worked with different companies, and we have also worked on the development of the different projects. In terms of inclusion, we have employability and training courses for business development we are working on for the development of this project. Now, we work with environmental sustainability that is in favor of the environment for a project that is the environment in the community in order to work with a project in order to work as a campus and also the environment. And also teaching care of the environment, care for the environment. Professional development also has a promotion and dissemination that is quite extensive and gives us the starting point to our work on a daily basis. And in the different courses, we have worked with different companies in order to move or to take that project forward. And in terms of the welding workshop, we work on the specialization of our students with ongoing development and in order to have well-trained students for the working environment. Therefore, the development of human capital framework is very efficient. Now, talking about leadership and change management, with the Pacific Alliance, we have encountered a number of challenges. Some of them have been quite relevant, in which we have to manage alliances with communities, with the business sector, and to have the community and the faculty and students involved. That implies a lot of challenges based on the development. We are different governments that are now encountering great challenges. What we have learned we have been able to push some projects forward. And during what we've learned for the different sectors and the different needs in the sector has been done by means of surveys, different projects, and a sector with the development of human capital on the training for each one. Now, in terms of the different programs, we have a number of courses that will be useful in order to have a source of income for the institution and for the sector, the communitary sector. And the certification center with courses that are going to be the leaders in the community, since we are the only certifying workshop with the particular machines we work with across Campeche. In the welding center, we can have a broad labor market in order to decide across different universities, and we are working with our human capital and to the outside. I mean, not only in the state of Campeche, but other states where we can provide training because we have qualified personnel and students who can compete. We train students for tomorrow, that is to enter a university being very well prepared. Thank you very much. I want to thank CITAM and the Canadian colleges and college. Thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias al proyecto.
Thank you very much of the Project 05 for the presentation. Now, we will take a short break. If there are technical assistances or projects, you can go to the mini fair, and then I'll invite Eliana. If there are consortia that have to go to the mini fair, you can go there. If not, I will invite Eliana Gallardo to take 5 minutes in order to explain how we're going to manage the discussion subgroups. I think that it has been wonderful listening to all the information of what was achieved in Access 1, and subgroups will give you an opportunity to talk about the future and a prospective vision. Eliana.